तुला येतोय का? Good afternoon, Neeraj. In 2 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes, we'll be starting with the marathon. Just some students are joining, we'll be waiting for them to join. Am I audible? Can you reply in the chat box and tell am I audible or not? Let's start. Let's start. We are with the paper number 17, Cost and Management Audit. It is a 100 marks paper in which MCQ are for 30 marks and theoretical will be for 98 marks. So how it is 98 marks? The paper is total 100 marks. Na? There is extra question. Out of 7 questions, we have to attempt only 5 questions. You already know this pattern. So am I required to waste time on it? So what we observed is in 30 marks MCQ, there are 20 marks question approx which belong to the theoretical part. Means there is no practical working on it. But 10 marks question are practical one where the computation is involved, ratios are involved, calculations are involved, cost accounting standards are involved. So if I say out of 30, 20 marks are purely theory, and out of these 5 questions are purely theory, means which amounts to around 70 marks. So around your 90 marks paper is theoretical. And remaining balance paper is practical. So what I'm trying to tell you is, see, we should be today in marathon, we are going to focus on these areas, this area, and this area. You already know the cost audit weightage is 50%, management audit weightage is 25%, internal control and internal audit and entities, different types of entities for 15, marks or 15%, and forensic and money laundering is for 10% or 10 marks we can say. See, the strategy is very simple. The strategy is very simple. If you want to score good marks, your first motive should be clear. You should at least score 24 plus marks in MCQ. Secondly, you should be through SM study material rigorously. Rigorously, you have to go through the study material. Sir, why study material? Why can't we use different types of material? Sir, the paper is going to be set from study material itself. So it is very important. So we do study material only. So in today's marathon, I will be going through each and every concept, how to approach the chapter, what questions I am marking that are important. Other than that also, there are many questions that are important. I will tell you how to approach. I will cover the most important questions, and I will also tell the strategy how to tackle with the remaining questions. Are you getting it? What I'm trying to say? So once after this marathon, if you invest 5 hours more, your 50 marks will be 100% secured. So what you have to do is with me, you have to do this marathon with me. What I am doing, what I am telling you, here you should read this, you should mug up this, follow all the techniques, and you will be done and thorough with 50 marks. Some other day we will be covering cost audit and the practical part. Now we will start with internal control and internal audit and entities. Sure shot 14 to 15 marks questions are there from them. Sure shot 14 to 15 marks question will be there from there. So let's go to that part. Just wait a minute. I will be going to the introduction. Yes, we are there. We are going to start with now with internal control. Internal control, internal audit, and operational audit and other related issues. Let's first understand in brief. We will be running so fast because it is a marathon session. But before that, we should understand what is internal control. Because unless and until we don't understand the concepts, we will not able to know what exactly it is. Internal control is designed, implemented, and maintained by management. So I will give a simple example. In house there is a lock. Do you know lock? Why we exit the home or we go outside? We always lock the doors so that our things inside the home are safe. The ultimate purpose of lock is to protect protect our important things, protect our assets inside our home. In the same way, in a organization, there should be some controls so that many things should be protected. Example, we keep stock in go down. There are some controls in the organization. For example, I will give, there is one maker and another is checker. The person who makes doesn't check. There is a difference between a person who is checking and the person who is making. Are two different entities. Yeah, why? Because if they, what we say, if they manage with each other, they can do fraud. That's what I'm trying to say. So it is very important to understand what is internal control. It is designed, implemented, and maintained. TIMIC. What it is designed, it is implemented and maintained. Who will design it? Management. Who will implement it? Management. Who will maintain it? Management. So remember, what is internal control? It is designed, implemented and maintained by management so as to protect from or can be safeguard from fraud and errors. Fraud, there should be no fraud, there should be no errors. So this should be done. Are you clear? Let's go now directly jump to the question. So, I have already highlighted the questions. We will go to this question first. Objectives of internal control. Why? What are the objectives? Why internal control is necessary? First point. First point, where the transaction is executed as per management authorization. See, sometimes it happens, the management has not authorized it. See, for every transaction, the employee cannot approve it now. We require the authorization of higher authority. So, management authorization is required. Second, accounting period, it belongs. It should belong to the accounting period. Sir, 2023 bills, we cannot book in 2024. Assets are protected from unauthorized access. See, someone can unauthorizedly access our stock. If there is a strong internal control, if there is a strong internal control, our assets are getting safeguarded. Next, comparing recorded asset with existing ones at various intervals and the difference to be observed. See, in books we record 10 assets. For example, in plant and machinery, if we go in tally or if we go in SAP, we are able to see 10 assets. The same number of assets will be able to see in books. Books we are seeing in the books. We have to see actually they are there only. Next, to evaluate efficiency of performance, we have to be able to evaluate the performance. Done. This is question one. First was management authorization. Second was accounting period. Third is protected from unauthorized access. Recorded assets and existing ones are same only. Second, efficiency of performance. 5 points are done. We'll go to next question fast. Key difference between internal control and internal audit. Again. What is internal audit? It is a part. Internal audit is a part of internal control. What happens in internal audit? Sir, there are different types of audit. You know, financial statement audit, where statutory auditor expresses an opinion on the financial statements. But in case of internal audit, the person is appointed by the audit committee. So, what is audit committee? We will look into it after some time. But what is audit committee? Is a high level of authority, we can say at TCWG, charged with governance. They appoint internal auditor so as to whether internal controls are working efficiently in the organization or not. See, internal control, who is implementing it, who is designing it, who is maintaining it? Management. Remember, who is designing it, who is implementing it, who is maintaining it? Management. But whether this internal control are able to perform well or not we should understand now. As a owners, we should understand now whether whatever internal controls we have placed, they are working properly or not. Sir, then what stat editor will do? Are student. Stat auditor, the main purpose is to give an opinion on financial statements. Sometimes when doing an audit, he finds some deficiencies in internal control. He informs management. The purpose is not of stat audit to give an opinion on internal controls. So let's understand, go fast. This is the important question. Internal control refers to method and procedure implemented by management to control the operation to achieve desired goals. Internal controls are method and procedures. What methods and procedure implemented by management to control operation to achieve desired goals. What internal audit reviews the existence and effectiveness of control. What internal audit does, whether the control we have placed by the management are in existence and they are effective. Second. Now we'll go to next point. Internal control is a combination of internal check and internal audit. So what they are saying, the scope of internal control is very big. It includes internal check and internal audit. One person work is checked by the another. Design, implemented by and maintained in an organization. Internal audit function is designed by TCWG to keep check on the activities. Designed by TCWG in an organization, in a company. Who is TCWG? Audit committee for our understanding as of now. In the internal control system, checking is performed simultaneously. Sir, does internal control itself has its checking mechanism? Yes. But when audit is conducted, see, when the transactions are completed, then we conduct audit. Right? The basic objective of internal control is to ensure compliance. See, management sets some policies, internal control others whether the policies are maintained or not. Internal audit aims at detection of fraud. What is the aim of internal audit? There is fraud or error. You can add error also here. Whether it is error or fraud, it should be able to detect. Once again, we will do. What is internal control? Method and procedure implemented by management to achieve desired goals. Internal audit reviews existence and effectiveness of controls. Next, internal control includes internal check and internal audit. And internal audit function is designed by TCW to check activities of the organization. Internal control, simultaneous checking happens. In internal audit, checking is done after it is performed. Last, objective is to ensure compliance of internal control. And in internal audit, aims at detection of fraud and errors. Done? Are you okay with the speed? I hope the question is done. Can we move to the next question? I'll be waiting for 1 minute. Okay, let's go to next topics. Sir, whatever this you have to read it. This is important. Internal audit. Underline the question. It is internal audit. A few critical activities in internal audit is. What the question is, what are the critical activities? First, define overall plan, scope and methodology. First, we have to define how we have to do, when we have to do, which areas are to be covered, what methodology we are going to use. Second, oversee and monitor various audit assignments. You have to oversee and monitor. Third, plan, engage and review the performance. Fourth, identify, source and engage, manage external experts and technical solutions. See, as an internal auditor, we are not the expert. For example, whether there is an oil reserve, oil stock of an ONGC company, as an internal auditor, can you measure it? No, no. We need to hire some technical staff. What? We need to hire technical staff to measure the stock level. Then communicate and engage with the key stakeholders. With last point, develop and maintain quality evaluation and improvement programs. Again, I am telling, I'm running so fast because there is a lack of time and we have to cover majority questions. The question is critical areas. First, we have to define what is the scope, then oversee the monitor it, what is going on, then plan, engage and review it, identify the source and engage. If expert is required, then we will hire it. Then communicate and engage with the key stakeholders, develop and maintain quality evaluation. See, last point is also important, and this question is not that important, okay? COSO internal control framework, 5 components. COSO framework as an audit tool. So there are 5 points. Let's understand in brief and we will go to the next point. Control environment, risk assessment, control activities, information and communication and monitoring. Sir, COSO internal control integrated framework defines 5 components. So in internal control, there are 5 important components. First is control environment. Firstly, we have to understand the entity. Unless and until we don't understand the entity, we cannot move forward. What are the management? If management is only intending not to have controls in place, so if the controls are, even if are at that, if they are at place, they are not useful for us, na. So first important thing is that control environment you should understand. Second, you should assess the risk. Sir, what is risk assessment? See, see. For example, 100 bills of purchase are there, right? And you came to know that one person is only receiving the goods, one person is only making the payment of the goods. Are you getting it? One person is only receiving the goods and one person himself is paying for the goods. Then what it is? What it is? Here the risk, there is a high risk that something might go wrong. The risk is high. We have to do risk assessment. If the risk assessment we understand, see, risk assessment determines materiality. See, how much risk is there that we should understand. Then control activity. See, we have management has designed, implemented and maintained internal control. How these internal control are working are known as control activities. R. Information and communication is done to internal control. See, internal control you have implemented. If there is some error, is it reporting? If there is anomaly or if something abnormal is happening, is it getting informed? And last, is monitoring done properly or not? Tell me 5 things. What are the 5 COSO framework audit tools? Control environment, risk assessment, control activities, information and communication, monitoring. Again, control environment, risk assessment, control activities, information and communication, monitoring. Let's go to next question. Application of internal control audit objective. First, there should be occurrence. What is occurrence? Management authorizes all expenditure. See, authorization is required. If no one is authorizing, it can lead to various frauds and errors. Completeness. See, each transaction should be completely recorded. Accuracy. See, if the amount is of 100, you should record it at 100, not 90. Classification. See, you should not classify revenue into capital and capital into revenue. Timing. See, if the transaction is happening on 5th July, you cannot record on 6th June. Decisions are taken. What are application of internal control objectives? What are application of internal control objectives? First is occurrence. Second is completeness. Third is accuracy. Fourth is classification. Fifth is timing. And sixth is reporting and summarization. Next. Sir, in which areas, or we can say internal control can be broadly classified into 4 areas. Where, in which areas the internal control can be placed? First is administrative control, operational control, financial and accounting control, and compliance. Sir, admin, management. It is a managerial control, whether the decision taken by the management or appropriate or not. Sometimes see stakeholders, or we can say shareholders with a huge responsibility appoint whom? Me? No, they appoint management for what? For taking the decisions of the organization, whether they are taking effectively or not, is seen by administrative control. See, day to day operational things are working or not. Where standard costing you use, budgetary control is used. इतना खर्चा होना चाहिए था, इतना हुआ. How much expenditure should have incurred and how much actually it is incurred. Budgeted sales were 1 lakh, but actually you sold only 80. See, that is operational. First is admin, second is operational, third is financial and accounting. See, asset recording, expense recording, everything, stock recording, it should be having some control that are known as financial and accounting control. Last, compliance with laws and regulation. In any country, there are laws and regulations that play a very important role. So the most important thing is there should be compliance with the laws and regulations. See, in India, it is Companies Act. You have to comply with Companies Act. Otherwise, you are gone. You have to comply with SEBI LODR. So everything should be done. So again, tell me 4 types of classifications of internal control. First is, remember, hey, repeat with me. Then the revision is not fruitful. First is admin, administrative control, operational control, financial and accounting control, and compliance control. Are you getting it? Let's go to next. Factors. Oh, important question. This is very important question. Factors to be considered while designing internal control system to greater chances of successful. Oh, so what is the question? An internal control system can become successful if you consider following things. What I am telling, internal control can be successful only if following things are there in a internal control. First, segregation of duties. First, what does that mean? One person is only making it and one person is only checking it. No, you have to segregate the duties so that the chances of getting fraud or the chances of errors are reduced. First, rotation of duties. Do you know in banks, they give compulsory holidays or they rotate? The person cashier is not always permanent cashier. Every week it is changed. Why? Because if there is some fraud, it is detected within time. Competence and integrity of people. See, the people you are appointing should be competent and they should have integrity. They should have honesty. First was segregation, second was rotation, third was competence and integrity, fourth was appropriate level of authority. See, there should be an authority structure. It cannot happen. One person is only at the lower management and the same person is at top management. It should not happen. Appropriate level of authority is level. See, with authority always come accountability. See, without accountability, nothing can happen. See, if I give you some authority, you are also accountable for it. Then adequate resources are important. See, if the resources are very less, then the internal control will not work. Last, supervision and periodical updation. See, if we place the internal control and we say, it will work. No, day by day or weekly we have to supervise, and if some updations are required we have to update. Sir, this is important, so we will remember. First is segregation of duties, rotation of duties, segregation of duties, rotation of duties, competency and integrity of people, appropriate level of authority, accountability, adequate resources, supervision and periodical updation. Done. Types of control. See. Next question. Sir, am I running fast? Yes. This is a marathon. We have to run. We have very less time. Right? There are types of control. Preventive, detective, input. Always remember, prevention is better than cure. What I am trying to tell, prevention is always better than cure. See, before anything wrong happens, the internal control should be able to prevent it. If something happens, see the internal control cannot provide absolute assurance. There are some loopholes. They need to be able to detect. And input control means in the context of internal control, procedure and system to ensure completeness, accuracy and validity of data. Financial and non-financial. So there are three controls: preventive, detective, input. Preventive means it should be able to prevent, detect. Are you able to figure out the difference between prevent and detect? To completely stop it from happening, it is prevent. If it happened, it is able to detect, then it is detective. Input means whatever data you are entering, it is recorded with an completeness and accurately. Now I already told you who appoints the forensic audit वाला वीडियो बहुत अच्छा लगा था. Oh yes, yes, definitely we will working. So now I already told you audit committee audit committee audit committee audit committee is responsible audit committee is responsible for appointment of internal auditor, or audit committee not only as a internal audit committee plays a very important role. So whether it is applicable to all companies, no, it is applicable to only some class of companies. What? Some class of company. First is listed company. अगर listed company है, if it is a listed company, then audit committee is applicable. Then don't ask me, sir, what is the turnover, what is the share capital? No. If you are listed company, you have to form audit committee. Then, if you are not a listed company, then there is a criteria of 10, 50 or so. I always tell 10, 50 or so. We can say in Hindi 10, 50 and so. 10 आपका paid up share capital. I tell it as PUSK, paid up share capital. Then, if your borrowings, deposits, loan, debentures aggregating 50 crores or more, 50 crores exceeding it is 50 crores or exceeding 50 crores or more. And if your turnover is greater than 100 crores. Are you getting it? What I'm trying to say? So. Again, we will be revising. Sir, when audit committee is applicable? First, listed company always applicable. Public company, listed company always applicable. Public company 10, 50, 100. उससे कम नहीं. If it is greater than equal to, right? If it is pusk, then borrowings plus deposits, borrowing, deposits and everything at any time during the year, and third is turnover. Are you getting it? What I'm trying to say? It was very important. Then the role. They can ask one question directly. What is applicability? Then tell listed company 10, 50, 100. Sir, ऐसा don't write 10, 50, 100. Right? Paid up share capital is greater than 10 crore. 50 crore borrowings at any time during the year. 100 crore turnover. Role of audit committee. Sir, what is the role of audit committee? So let's go to understand the role of audit committee. Evaluation of internal financial control and risk management system. Internal financial control and RMS. So audit committee understand the internal financial controls. They are responsible for evaluation. They are reviewing the management performance of statutory and internal auditors, adequacy of internal audit. So if you understand, audit committee is related, if you understand all the points, it is generally related to internal audit, internal control, stat audit and financial statements. So what I'm trying to say, whatever are the roles, these are directly or indirectly related to what? Internal control, internal audit, financial statements, and I can say related matters related to finance. Discussion with sir, which wala point bhai? Reviewing the adequacy of internal audit function. Internal audit function. However, see, we don't want paper report. There are some companies who take paper report. Do you know what paper report? See, for them internal audit is applicable. They pay 10, 15,000 and tell, give me some internal audit report. So audit committee has to ensure that internal audit function is adequate or not. Second, discussion with internal auditor regarding their findings. Fourth, reviewing the findings of internal investigation by the internal into the matter where it is suspected fraud. There is something fraud is involved. Second, discussion with stat auditor. So we can say briefly, if you want to, you cannot remember everything in a small marathon. See, we have to discuss with what is their role, discussion with internal auditor, discussion with stat auditor, understanding and evaluating internal audit functions. And if fraud is detected, then discuss with the auditors. Are you getting it? Are you getting it? Next. I think we will give only 30 seconds to just go through it. Let's go to next. See, COSO already we have discussed this, so again we will not discuss it. Sir, this you have to read it. This is important. Necessity. Why internal audit? Why? First, assist the management to improve internal control. Identify the weakness and opportunities. So we can say SWOT of IC. What are the strengths, weakness, opportunities, and threats in the internal control? Internal control that are caught in internal audit. Internal audit finds, this is missing, that is missing. That is internal audit. Second, helps to detect frauds and errors. See, internal control doesn't provide absolute assurance. See, if there is a lock in your house, sir, are the chances of theft zero? No, na. There are always some level of chances. So it helps to detect fraud and error. First, SWOT of IC. Second, detects frauds and error. Third, time to detect misuse of resources. Optimum use of resources is there or not? It checks. Second, improving the process and workflows also act as a moral check. If someone is checking, there is a moral check. If you done something wrong, we will be caught by the internal auditors. Fourth, checks books of accounts. If there are some, see, stat auditor is something outside the entity. Instead of he telling what have you done wrong, the internal auditor himself examines and tells this is wrong so that the external party doesn't come into the picture. Second, the vigil of internal team timely intervention keeps operating staff on their toes for keeping books updated. Nice. Keeping on toes. Ungli pe upar unko khada rehna padta hai. What does that mean? See, if somebody checking, see, if I'm checking homework daily, then you will keep your notebooks updated. Na? In the same way, if the concurrent auditor is checking, then only you will keep your books updated. Last, independent review. See, we are the owners. We are not able to see in an unbiased manner. Internal audit function, they are able to see in a unbiased manner. Right? First point was strength, weakness, opportunity, threats of IC, able to detect frauds and errors. Third, misuse of resources not done or not, or detecting, improving the process and workflows. Checks books of accounts, detect frauds and errors. Sixth was operating, keeping staff on toes, and last was Last was independent review of operation and business. Okay. Then limitations. Sir, these are objectives. Objectives are okay. Means we can say advantages. But there are some limitations also. This is also very important question. See, first bypassing laid down the control parameter by changing the process flows makes the earlier one redundant and for setting up a new third process flow to be re-examined for suitability. What I'm telling, see, if there are something is made, there is always a loophole in it. So it can happen that there is a bypassing. Second, there can be breakdown. Management override also can be happen. See, sometimes system may fail. Sometimes system may see there are frauds. Harshad Mehta scam is there. There were no controls. Then also there was breakdown. Sometimes management is only involved. See, if management is only involved, then there are lesser chances. Collusion. Collusion means what? Control system can be circumvented by collusion among employees. See, all the employees come together and start doing fraud. Last, cost of control should not exceed the benefit. सी उसमें बोलते हैं ना कि फॉर एग्जाम्पल द बेनिफिट फ्रॉम implementing is 10,000. Benefit from implementing that internal control is 10,000, but that internal control is 15,000. It is not na. It is useless then. Next, multiple controls at same point of sale make process slower. Sometimes one file has to go to 10 people so that there is no error. But if the one file is going to the 10 people, then again what it is causing? It is causing time na. So there is wastage of time. First, bypassing is possible, breakdown is possible, management override, collusion, benefit, cost exceeds benefit, and third, multiple control make the process slower. Next. So this is very important question. Very important question. I will just take a sip of water and come. 2 minutes. Done. Now let's start. Huh? So it is. See, to whom internal audit is applicable? Every listed company it is applicable. Tell with me, every listed company it is applicable. Audit committee remember 10-50. Here it is not 10-50. Every listed company, every unlisted public company and private company. See, three categories of companies are covered. There is some criteria for three categories of company: listed company, unlisted public company, and private company. Tell with me: listed company, unlisted public company, and private company. All listed company, it is always applicable. For unlisted public company, what I am telling, unlisted public company, the criteria is, always remember, 25, 50, 100, 200. Double it, na? 25 ones are 25 to 50, 100, 100, double. Make it double. So 25 is deposits. If outstanding deposits are more than 25, if PUSK is paid up share capital is greater than 50, if loans and borrowings are greater than 100, turnover is greater than 200. Sir, what is the criteria? 25, 50, 100, 200. What is 25 crore? Deposits. सबसे कम क्या होते हैं? Deposits. 25 crore is deposit. Paid up share capital is 50. Said it is always more than, more than 25. Then it is deposits are more than 25 crores. If paid up share capital is more than 50 crores. If loan and borrowings are greater than 100 crores, turnover is greater than 200 crore. Internal audit is applicable to you. Next, every private company, for private company, there are only two criteria: turnover and loan. Turnover, same, turnover 200 and loan 100, right? Are you getting it, what I'm trying to say? So, let's existing, for an existing company covered under above criteria should comply with the requirement of 138 rule within 6 months of the commencement. If new company is formed, you have to comply with the 6 months. Means existing company covered under this criteria. Then what is the criteria? What is the criteria? First is every listed company it is applicable. Unlisted public company, 25 crores or more deposits, 50 crores or more paid up share capital, 100 crore loans and borrowings, and 200 crore turnover. If it is private company, there are only two criteria. One is turnover and one is outstanding. Okay. See, whatever I am living now, you have to go through it. Huh? It is not that you can leave it at see, it's okay. We can leave it at option. No, we have to read it. Next is advantages of audit program. What are advantages of audit program? It serves as a ready checklist for audit procedure. What I'm telling, it serves as a ready checklist. What is audit program? What we have to do? How we have to do? It is a plan. It is a ready checklist of audit procedure. Can be properly allocation. If there is a plan, then we can allocate the work. First, it is a ready checklist. Then second is proper allocation can be done. Auditor may easily know the extent of the work at any point of time. See, if program is done, then we can see now how much work is done. See, we can understand how much work is done, how much is pending. Fourth, audit program will not only be useful to the auditor assistant, but for the principal too. He will be in the position to account for the individual responsibility. See, once the program is done, all who are present are given with the some responsibilities. If these responsibilities are given, whether they are doing or not, we can see uniformity of work can be attained. See, there can be uniformity of work can be done. Useful basis for planning a program for following year. See, this year plan can be used for next year with some changes. It can be used as a evidence. See, if someone tells you have not done the audit, we can show this was our program. We have done it in very much detail. See, first it was ready checklist for audit procedure, proper allocation. Third was extent of work that at any point of time audit work will be means we can held accountable. अरे तूने नहीं किया. Uniformity we can bring. Useful basis for planning in the next year. Second and last was evidence as a evidence by the auditor. There are some disadvantages also. See, sometimes the work becomes mechanical. Sir, why mechanical? Why mechanical? Sir, if the program is done, people see this we have to do. They don't see anything else. So they do only that thing that is written in the program. So the work becomes mechanical. Drawing audit program necessary for maybe drawing up audit program may be unnecessary for small concern. If it is a very small entity, there is a one grocery shop. What is need of audit program? Audit program will complicate the things. Third, fixing responsibilities, but inefficient staff may defend themselves by stating that the matter was not contained. Sir, there are staff now. You did not tell me. It was not there in audit program. Sir, why we will do it? So inefficient staff can take shelter. Rigid program cannot let down for each type of business. See, from business to business, the program might change. Are you getting it? What I'm trying to say? CC. 2 points, continuous audit and final audits. When the transactions are done, what I'm telling faster, one transaction done, the audit is conducted simultaneously, then it is continuous audit. When after the year end or whole audit, whole period is complete, the final audit is done. Sir, audit working papers. Sir, what is audit working papers? Whether we have done audit properly or not. Who will tell we have done it or not? Our audit working papers. Always your working paper speaks about yourself, how you have done it, whose property it is. It is the property of auditor. See, there are two things: permanent audit file and current audit file. What I am telling, there are two things: permanent audit file and current audit file. What is permanent? What is permanent? It is like documents that doesn't change at all. For example, MOA. There are some license, long-term lease agreements that forms part of permanent audit file. See, in current year, whatever communication is there, it is generally there in current audit file. So we will go one by one. What is there in permanent? MOA, OA are there. Legal documents, agreements, evaluation of IC, analysis of ratios and trends, audited financial statements of last year, accounting policies, audit observation of last year, cost audit report of secretarial audit of previous year. So we can say इसमें क्या होता है? Audited financial of last year, cost audit report of last year, secretarial audit report of last year, AOA, MOA of last year, accounting policy of last year, IC, evaluation of IC if you have done, then it is there. In current audit file, what is there? Annual reappointment. Every year there is a reappointment of internal auditor. Then there is there extract of minutes of board meeting and general meeting. Minutes of meeting, copies of management letter. Sometimes we as an auditor request the management to give management representation. So the copies of management letters, analysis of transactions and balancement, communication with the auditors and expert, program. See, current year audit program becomes part of our current year, our current audit file. Second is conclusion reached. See, we reached to an opinion. How we have reached is there over here. Cross reference to the source document and other supporting material. From where this conclusion has been reached, the source is where, which invoice, which party. Second, any adjustment proposed by the auditor, whatever adjustment we propose, so please do a provision, additional provision of rupees 10 lakhs. That is there. Reconcile between client record and auditor findings. If there is a reconciliation required, then also it is done. So in brief, I can say, take 30 seconds and just remember this. It is important. They can ask, sir, इधर ही अभी हम मैराथन में खत्म करेंगे, देख के मेजॉरिटी पार्ट. Permanent is something long term, and sometimes some data of current audit file becomes part of permanent audit file next year. Hey, are you understanding? Can anyone reply? There are 15 people attending live. So can the people who are attending live tell me how is the revision going on? Are you understanding it? The speed is okay, because with limited time, whatever I have, I can just tell this much only. In a regular batch, each and every point is marked up, understood. We'll go to next question. Advantages of audit working papers. So advantage, very important questions. Very important question. Evidence of due diligence. Whether we have conducted audit with due diligence, our working papers are evidence. They tell we have acted carefully. Reference to future audits. These working papers can be used by our next year's team. Legal compliance. Sometimes legal requirement tells, standards and auditing tells we have to maintain working papers. Training tool for new auditors. See, if now new auditor is coming, this audit working papers will act as a guide for him. Facilitation for external reviews. If there are some external reviews, this internal audit papers or work will act then as a guiding force. Record of adjustment and reconciliation. See, if some changes are done in financials or whatever changes we have done, after 5 years, if someone asks why did you do that, then that working papers act or help us. This was done because of that reason, right? First was evidence, reference, legal compliance, training tool, facilitation for external reviews, and record of adjustment and reconciliations. See, audit notebook, just go through it. It is very simple. I don't think this will come in exam, but it can come. Audit notebook is normally included in audit name of organ. It is like a notebook. Everything is there. Name of organization, structure, if it is sole trading, partnership, MOA, provision, communication, books of accounts, accounting method, internal control, AMP, error and for method, special points, informal preliminary notes, brainstorming ideas. See me, it means what I'm trying to say. Everything is there. Remember anything, it is very easy. So we will not waste time. So this audit notebook is not like a audit working paper. It is similar, but it is what does it help? It helps in personal reference. We know why it was done. Second, brainstorming and idea generation. See, if we write something now, some ideas or some problems are there, we can able to find the solution. When we are able to maintain notebook, we maintain, see, we write this much things, greater things about internal control. We are able to identify the risk and see, audit working file we have to prepare. This audit notebook helps us to prepare audit working file. And training and knowledge transfer. See, something is written, this can be used by the coming generations, not coming generations, upcoming, what we say, young chartered accountants or young cost accountants who are going to audit. Audit engagement letter. What is there in audit engagement letter? Audit engagement letter has introduction, objectives, proposed team. At the beginning, we will, there are 12 things, so many things. Sir, why did you run it? See, it is not that important, but you should just understand. First, they will introduce name and address of the client, then what is our objective, then the proposed timetable, we will give timetable to them, who will be team. Second, at the beginning our we will opportunity to meet you and discuss. First we will have discussion, then need your staff and represent as mentioned in point 3. At the conclusion we shall circulate draft observation, means directly report surprise nahi, we will give a draft, then even the draft observation mentioned, so desired we can discuss. See, observations, if some observations are done, there can be explanation from the management that will be provided. Second, for objection which are either satisfactory answers are received, we can drop it. See, if the answer is satisfactory, then you can drop, or sometimes management may tell drop everything. Is this possible? There are some management, they tell drop everything from the internal audit report. There should be clean internal audit report. That is what we say, bullshit. Bullshit in a worst thing what that can happen. So only balance observation remaining, if any, shall become part of final audit report, shall be submitted to the management for further discussion with audit committee. So before it going to the audit committee, we will have discussion with the department heads. Then finally, after whole discussion, it will go to audit committee. Then our mission is to achieve what? Effectiveness of internal control. If any question about the year's audit, please free to contact us. Last में लिखने का कुछ अगर कुछ problem है तो let's meet on T. Then is there important question? No, but if it is asked, you can write. Okay. Role of CMAs. Role of CMAs. This then you can read it. Internal audit. There are two things. Internal, what is internal audit and what is operational audit? Internal audit focus on compliance objective, and the operational audit focus on risk identification, process improvement objective. Here books are focused. Here business is focused. Here it is audit focused. Here it is efficiency and improvement focused. What I am telling, internal audit, internal audit, internal audit is more about books of accounts. Operational audit is something whether business is doing well or not. So what we have to say, compliance objective, and here the risk identification and process improvement. There should be improvement in the process. Financial accounting focus, either account का focus होता है, either the focus is more on business. Here the focus is on audit. Here it is on efficiency and improvement focus. Audit is internal audit is transaction based. It is process based. Next, policies and procedures are focused. Here risk management is focused. Cost center wise budgeting, budget monitoring, accountability of performance improvement results, methodology, focus on policy, focus on strategies and risk management. So it is operational audit is more about risk management. So let me tell you one, sir, it is important. Yes, it might come. Here it is compliance objective is there. Here it is operational. It is risk identification. Here it is financial accounts. Here business focus, audit focus, efficiency and improvement focus, transaction focus. Here it is process focused. Policies and procedure focus. Here risk management focus. Focus, 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 focus. You can do it. Cost center wise budgeting monitor is done. Accountability is done. We can go to the next question. It's not that important. Okay. See, this is already done. Every listed company, then 2550 already done. Eligibility. For producer company, chartered accountant is required. For other than chartered accountant, cost accountant, or any other professional. See, means it is not mandatory that there should be a chartered accountant or a cost accountant only who can become a internal auditor. If management decides Mr. X is very good, they can appoint him as a internal auditor. Sometimes in banks it happens now. In small branches, a retired employee they appoint as a internal auditors. So management may decide it. See, there are many things. Authority to appoint. Who is authority to appoint? We can say shall be appointed by board of directors. Then statutory auditor cannot be appointed. Can statutory auditor be internal auditor? No, there is a conflict of interest involved. Then again, scope, powers, okay, punishment. Okay, you can see this punishment is there. You have to read it for MCQ purpose. You can read at home. In marathon, we are not going to cover it. Caro. See, Caro clause 14. I will just explain one thing. Caro is not applicable to all companies. It is applicable to majority of the audit. Certain class of companies it is after except that companies it is applicable to all companies. So first in Caro there are many clauses. The clause number 14 tells whether the company has internal audit system commensurate with the size and nature. Means Caro asks the auditor to report. Who? Stat auditor. See, who does Caro reporting? Stat auditor. It asks stat auditor whether comment upon internal audit function. Second, whether the reports of internal audit under audit were considered by stat auditor. First, they will ask whether internal audit function is good or not. First question. Second, they ask whether internal audit, any work of internal auditor is being used by the stat auditors. That is there. This is same extent of reporting, major weakness, adequacy. Aims are there. Aims of internal control as far as financial and accounting aspects are concerned. You can read it. This question I am not going to cover, but mark it as a question. It can come in exam. Okay? Because you have to cover many things. Applicability of Caro. Caro is applicable. Applicability of Caro can come in exam. They can ask. I think it is not a relevant question for this chapter, but if it is placed in module, then it might be important. It might not. It is important. It is applicable to all companies, including foreign company, except it is applicable to all companies. OPC, small company, the paid up share paid up share capital is 50 lakhs or 2 crores. Now it is now 4 crore and 40. You remember? I think you are more versed in company law, so I'm not discussing that. But I'm just telling, if it is OPC, it is not applicable. If it is small company, then also it is not applicable. If it is banking company, it is not applicable. If it is insurance company, then also it is not applicable. If it is company under section 8, it is not applicable. First, OPC not applicable. Second, small company not applicable. Banking company not applicable. Insurance, sir, Caro क्या है? Caro is an additional reporting the statutory auditor has to do. What is Caro? Caro is an additional reporting that the statutory auditor has to do. OPC not applicable. Small company not applicable. Banking company not applicable. Insurance company not applicable. Company under section 8 not applicable. Private companies whose revenue is lesser than gross private company whose gross receipts of more than 10 crore as per statement during the financial year. यानी क्या? If it is small, lesser than 10 crore, then it is what? Lesser than 10 crore, it is not applicable. If it is more, then it is applicable. Private company whose surplus not more than 1 crore on the balance sheet date. So I can tell one thing. You have to combine these 2 points. What they are telling, PUSK and reserves less than 1 crore plus turnover. Turnover is less than 10. If turnover is less than 10 crore, then also it is not applicable. If your paid up share capital plus reserves and surplus is less than 1 crore, then also it is not applicable. If a private company that is not a holding of a public company, it is deemed to be public. Private company whose total borrowings doesn't exceed 1 crore. So additional 1.1 crore borrowings. Private company. So private company, there are 3 points: borrowing 1 crore, paid up share capital and reserves and surplus 1 crore, and turnover less than 10 crores. Okay, we'll go. I think this is not that important. Huh? Very difficult that it can be asked. And if it is asked, now you can easily write one-person company, small company, banking, and everything. See, these are the clauses of the Caro. You can go through it. That is not that important. Only one, what we say, cost records are there in clause 6. It can come to MCQ because being a cost audit paper, it can come, and clause 14 can come for MCQ. This can come. Remaining clauses, I think you may not remember it because it is very difficult and there is no what we say worth. Okay. See, now I will tell. This is something what it is written in it. I will tell you in brief. I'm not going to discuss. I'm not going to in detail discuss what is there, exactly what is there. But I'm going to discuss what is exactly it is. Is what you are trying to say, sir. I'm trying to say there are some risk and what control should be placed. What I'm telling, there are some risk and what control should be placed. It is there. For example, I'm telling, if there is excess or short production as compared to plan, then what you should do? Periodic review or something. You have to do compilation of documents, shift wise production. So these are problems, or these are the controls. What as a student you have to do? You have to read it once. Don't try to remember it. Don't try to remember it. Read it thrice or 4 times. That is your agenda. I'm not going to discuss because we have to go to many other topics also. But I told you what is the approach of doing it. Right? Audit objective. This also you can mark as a question, but that is not that important. We'll run. Now entities. See, sure shot, one question is asked for 7 marks. You also know it. Sure shot, one question is asked from it. I think this is the last part of this what we say, this audit, internal audit. Then we'll take a what we say 10 minutes mega break. 10 minutes mega break, then we'll go to money laundering and forensic. So generally, I will tell some general points first. Means these are some general points you can use anywhere. We will have a brief discussion on everything for one minute. But what I'm telling, you should first understand how to approach the question. You should verify articles and memorandum. Document means what we say ownership documents. You have to verify assets. You have to verify assets and liabilities. Then you have to check the inventory, whether accounting standards are followed or not, whether policy and procedures are there or not. So there are some general points that what I told. You can write general points, but the general points will work. Will fetch you 1-2 marks. For accuracy, see there are only 10 ना, उसमें से एक आने वाला है. Sure shot. तो लाइफ में मैं तो था. If I was at your place now, I would have done it effectively. So let's go to one entity first. This is hospital. Hospital, first point is letter of appointment. Dekho, we'll go faster, we'll run. Letter of appointment, then ownership and control. First we will seek letter of appointment, ownership and control. Then what is the process? See, we have to come to admin, then the patient is taken to ICU. What is the process? See, hospitals are many hospitals are registered under trust or companies. They receive donation. What happens of that donation? Second, purposive donation for particular purpose. For example, some specific donation is received, then it is used for specific purpose or not. Distinction between capital and revenue. This is general point. Underline. This can use for any. This also second point also. Adherence to operating procedure for capex. Some expenditures are done, operational or capital. There is some operating procedure or not. Internal check regarding purchase issue of stores means one person work is checked by another or not. Examine appointment of CE. Major expense in hospital will be salary to the doctors, to professionals. So we have to check it very thoroughly. Then general point, again I am telling, this is general point. Verify the investment, fixed asset and inventory in almost all entities. There will be this. Check appropriate of capitalization and depreciation rate. This is also general. You have to check depreciation and capitalization. Done? Just go through it. I am giving 30 seconds. In here only in marathon you will finish it off and you can write in exam. Done. In hotel, there are many areas. Hotel, internal control is there. Internal control, the following should be checked. See, first they are checking, we have to check internal control. Then room sales. Then we have to see the stock. Then we have to see cost-wise center. Then the revenue. And then receipt and payment verification. See, so independent question can come on receipt and payment verification. Independent question can come on stock. As far as my knowledge. Okay? These two questions and an overall question can be also coming from this. So what you have to see, effectiveness of arrangement, procedure for purchasing various things, procedure regarding billing, system regarding recording physical structure of edibles. So what is the first effectiveness? Effectiveness of arrangement regarding receipts and disbursement of cash. How cash is received, how cash is paid. Second, how purchases are done, what is stock level that we have to see. Then third is how billing is done. Party-wise billing is done or what is done. Then next, system recording, physical stock of everything is there or not. See, in hotel industry, the stock is a very important thing. So whether there is a effective mechanism to record the stock or not, it is also seen. Then room sales and cash collection. See, this is general points I will tell you. There are grade wise billing. For example, deluxe, super deluxe, these types of rooms are there. Then billing, we have to see whether billing is done properly or not. RTGS is done, credit card is used, debit card is used, what is used. If the online booking is done, whether the amount is received from them, it is after deduction of their commission from GoIBO for Go I will make my trip. Some booking are done from make my trip, then the amount will make my trip will pay to me after deducting their commission. Second, daily room occupancy report. पता है ना? What is occupancy? Here there is check in and check out. Then there is food bill, KOT, kitchen order token, signed by customer. See, if I order something from the room for eating for food in the room, they KOT is generated and KOT goes to the kitchen. And the do you know after eating, and if I want it to bill, if I want that hotel bill, what we say food bill to be added to my room bill, they tell you have to sign it so that it will be added. So that also I have to see. Stock, this is important area. Well, what is important? Utensils. Utensils, see, utensils should be verified. Sir, in an hotel, utensils are important part. Following: food procurement, storekeeper and unauthorized access. This is important. Huh? See, food procurement means what? There are many edible items that are purchased from outside. Many stock involved. It is potato, onions. There is many stock involved. Then their procurement is seen. Whether storekeeper should be there, who should maintain everything, bags, disposables, everything is there. Storekeeper should be there. It should be, see, there should not be any unauthorized person should be permitted there. Many hotels are specialized professional to count. They have specialized person, professional to count. Periodical inventory verification should be done and fixed asset register. It is important. Done. Next. See, cost wise, labor wage payment. See, important expense for a hotel is also a labor. See, cooks, cleaning staff, maintenance staff, everything is there. See, and cost and revenue comparison facility. You have to do it. You have to compare cost with the revenue. Read it. It is not that important. Receipt and payment. Sir, receipts and payment. What you have to do? We'll run faster because this is important. Consumption shown in various physical stock must be traced with customer base. Means what? If we are seeing this much is consumed, then this much revenue should come. All payments of foreign collaborator are to be checked. Agency commission agreement spend validation payment made to a brand owner as per arrangement. If some payment is made to the brand owner, it should be checked. Second, expense and receipts are compared with the figures of previous year. Current year expense with previous year. See, previous year sale was this much and this was marketing expenditure. If current year sale is this much, then previous year was this much, then what should have been this year? Second, special receipts for accounts of letting of auditorium. See, there is banquet hall also, na? Banquet hall is there. Then whether shops are there, whether the revenue from them is booked properly or not. In-depth checking of customer ledger. See, sometimes it happens, we order something, but that is not charged in our room bill. It shall not happen. Occupancy should be worked out. Occupancy rate should be worked out. See, we should know how much occupancy is there. You know, service costing. We see the occupancy, then we are able to calculate cost per room. Second, expense for painting decoration. See, we have to maintain the rooms. So painting decoration expense should be accounted. How much points are done? We'll do one more 2 points. Auditor should, these 2-3 points you read it, please. I cannot take all the points. The auditor should verify restaurant bills. Restaurant bills with KOT. When the order is placed, the kitchen gets KOT, na? So bills should be verified with KOT on sampling basis. The auditor should ensure all taxes See, the bills are including tax, and the tax is collected on the customer. It is whether paid or not has to be also verified. Computation and payment of salary, wages via number of employees must be checked. See, on an average, we have to check whether employees, how many number of employees are there and how much it is paid. You have to check it whether it is telling or not. Educational institution. It is very simple. See, general points again. I cannot waste so much time, but I will tell asset checking, inventory checking, verification of assets, fixed asset register, depreciation. All points will be common. See, in this also you can tell grant is received. If grant is received for specific purpose, then you have to give attention to it. So this is general, you can write. You have to go through it. Sir, how many points? 8 to 10 points you should mug up. Strategy I have told you. Audit of cooperative society. So in this, see, you can first see these are the general points. Overdue, for example, certification of bad debt, overdue interest, examination of, sir, why are you running? Sir, you have to go through it because there is so much we have to cover. So but I will mark the question what is important from here. Okay. Duties of an auditor of an cooperative society. This is the important question. Okay. And this is important for MCQ purpose. MCQ, this is very important. Go through this para. Okay. Then again the same thing is there. Self-help group. Last time this was asked in exam. Applying film. Do you know self-help groups have recognized effective strategy for in-help self-help groups? There is a unique approach of financial intermediation. The approach combine access to low-cost financial services to social and economic development for the women SHG members. पता है ना? There are small groups that are built. Why they are built? Why they are built? So that the particular area women should get developed. Then what we have to see? Background review. Then we have to prepare field balance sheet. Third, private meeting with members, meeting with SHG group, and last reporting. First, what we have to do? Background we have to check. What is the background? Then prepare field balance sheet. Then private meeting with members, meeting with SHG group, and last is we have to report. Sir, why are you running? Sir, just we have to run a bit. Okay. Again, if it is an NGO, again. NGO, what we have to check? Corpus fund. Then we have to check reserves. Some funds are marked for specific purpose that we have to check. You have to say project balance. Then we have to say what are the loans involved. Then we have to see fixed assets. Then we have to see investments, cash in hand, bank balance, stock, program expense, established expense. This everything is there. It is like all the items of balance sheet. Don't think about it. Just see all the items of balance sheet. Corpus fund, reserves, earmark fund, loans, fixed asset, investment, cash in hand. So what we have to see? Physical cash balance is actual. Books, what is balance in books and what is there in bank account. You have to check it. If some see now in NGO they run programs. There is some nominal revenue from that programs and there is some expenditure as well. You have to account for it. Are you getting it? What I'm trying to tell? So this is also easy. And see receipts also to be checked. Na receipt. They receive grant. You have to check it. Receive from fundraising. Sometimes what happened? They run some programs, and that money should be also accounted. Next, membership fees is received now. Annually, we have to check whether member registered. We have to check whether that is tallying with the amount of fees received. Whether some program there is subscription, whether if it is subscribed, then it is received or not. Then interest and dividend. Sometimes on investment, we have to check interest and dividend. Sometimes it is our non-profit organization. We invest somewhere now, our excess funds. So interest and dividend has been accounted or not. It is very simple. And this is also an important question, but you can see while planning what we have to do. This also is an important thing, but you can go through it. Then it comes to local bodies. See, local bodies, I can tell brief what is local body. Municipalities. What is that? Municipalities are there, government institutions are there. BMC is there, Mumbai Municipal Corporation is there, Kolkata Municipal Corporation is there. What is important for it? That is budgetary procedure. See, they have their own budgets. They have their own funds. That budgets, everything should be within the budget. Then expenditure control. See, it is a government programs. The taxpayers' money is at stake. So all the revenue and capital expenditure should be done with a fixed limits accounting system. See, there should be a proper accounting system prepared under a cash system, we can say. It has separate vouchers, everything and everything. Everything and everything means what? I'm just going through it so that, sir, this is something general, so I'm running back. Huh? It's not that I don't want to explain, but I just want to tell you, and you can write. This is important for MCQ. I'm underlining it and I'm telling the approach where it is necessary. Okay. Then audit of government expenditure. Government expenditure audit. This is important. First, against rules and order. See, first we have to see whether the expenditure was made as per the provisions or not. It was allowed to be made or not. Against rules and orders. Audit of sanctions. See, we have to see whether the expenditure is sanctioned or not by the proper authority. If the X authority is required, sanction is required from X authority, whether the expenditure incurred was after the authority sanction or not. Against provision of funds. So something, for example, this much was allocated. For example, X amount is allocated. Whether X amount is spent or not. Proprietary. Proprietary means we should see whether the expense was done like we would have also incurred. Like it is not wasted. No wastage has been done. That is proprietary. Performance. So performance is what? We have to increase the effectiveness and efficiency. Whether the expenditure incurred, whether it was effectively and efficiently used or not. Role of CAG, you can read it once for MCQ. Proprietary audit in constant of, you can read this. I cannot tell this as important. Audit of commercial accounts. Okay category. That not that important. 3 points coming for exam. Very difficult. Done. 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 See now. It took around 1 hour 30 minutes for everything. I told. From entities, one question will come. I'm telling you, approach what you have to use. Huh? From all the entities, one question will come. And for remaining part, one question will come for theoretical. MCQ, there is other. Huh? From MCQ, some questions will be there for MCQ. This 14 marks should not go. Now it is in your pocket in 1 hour 30 minutes. See, I'm telling you, if you give some energy, we have done everything from module overall. Upar se, what was important I have done and marked. Just give 2 to 3 hours to this chapter. From module itself to it, your MCQ will be also secured. Why I took module? Because I want to tell you, module is not that difficult. Yeah, there is some stuff that is irrelevant, but if you do it, then nothing like that. Your 14 marks plus MCQ 5 marks, 20 marks are secured by doing 1 hour 30 minutes. Right? Are you, did you understand? Can you please reply who are online in chat box? Did you understand whether it was effective going through module? We have revised at a very greater pace. But see, once this 5 hours I give it to you, then you have to invest some time. If you invest some time, then it will be very good. Can you reply in the chat box? Or one section is over. So I'm telling. Okay, we'll take a short 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 10 minutes break. 10 minutes break, and then we will go to money laundering, right? Money laundering, okay, and forensic audit. Forensic audit detailed video is there. But then also we will revise a bit. Okay, you can, if detailed video you want to watch it. Just we'll take a 10 minutes break. It is 3:30. We will start at 3:45. Okay. Then again we will continue for 1 hour 30 minutes. See, this is money laundering. Money laundering. Money laundering. So there is an what we say problem in this. There is not problem in the chapter as such. The problem is the content is so much. There are some guidelines given that run into pages, and that is impossible to remember. And if the question is asked, it is very difficult to remember at any point of time. So let's first decide the approach. See, because internal audit, we can do everything. Everything was possible, we can do it. In this chapter, it is not possible. So what we have to do is solve questions whatever are given. That we have to do. There are around 23 questions. Then what you have to do from your point of view is MCQs, all MCQs, and just see these 12 questions. That's all. And whatever questions I am doing. So are you ready with the approach? How to approach that chapter is more important than anything. So did I tell you what you have to do? Sir, if something else comes from inside there, if now the exam is so near, I think even if you do this much, then also it is more than sufficient. Right? So let me just do an example what is money laundering. I did a murder. I did a murder. And it was a murder of a famous film star. I cannot tell the name. Example, you will give to example. And I got 4 crore rupees. Sorry, 5 crore rupees. I got not 5 crore rupees. I got for 50 crore rupees. Okay. I got 50 crore rupees. What? Whether these 50 crore I will get into my bank account. This is a receipts for murder. PGBP, profits and gains from business profession. No, this will not happen. Na? I have to show this 50 crore somewhere, right now. 50 crore somewhere, but I cannot show in my books, right? So it will be in cash or gold or in form of land. So these are called as proceeds of crime. What is crime? Murder is not only crime, even corruption is a crime. There are scheduled offenses. What scheduled offense is that amount to crimes? And the amount received is known as proceeds of crime. And these proceeds of crime is in some other form. We try to turn it into white. White can I? Sir, no, we are not supposed to wash it. Money laundering. It means we try to cover tainted money. What? Tainted. We can say the proceeds of crime into a untainted money, that is white money. This process is money laundering. Are you getting it? What I'm trying to say? Did you get it? By example, what I'm trying to say? Even if I take a bribe of 20 crores, I cannot buy a car with that bribe. No, I need a white money. So what I do is I create a company, shows sales, then pay tax. So what I do is just a way I am laundering the illegal money, or I am doing money laundering. Are you getting it conceptually? Are you clear? So first, Prevention Money Laundering Act. It came in year 2002, read with rules. Nowadays it is very popular. Many people are in jail due to PMLA. Do you remember now? Many people are going to jail due to PMLA, and they are not getting the bail easily because here the bail provisions are very stringent. Earlier, this money laundering was specific for terrorism activity, terror funding. This money laundering was basically for terror funding. Okay. What do SEBI? What do SEBI and ICRA cover? SEBI is dealing with the investor and related to listed companies. IRDA is related to money laundering in insurance sector. Applicability, it is applicable to individual, company, firm, association, person, everybody, branch, everybody. It is applicable to everybody. What is money laundering? Is a processing of criminal proceeds. I said proceeds of crime generated from criminal acts to disguise their illegal origin. What to disguise their chupake? What we have to hide their origin so that I can use it like anywhere. For example, I have done insider trading, bribery, computer fraud. What is insider trading? I had some financial information of the company which no one knows in the market. I told him and I took money from him. This is insider trading. What constitute to an offense? If a person is directly involved, if a person is directly involved, then also it constitutes to money laundering. If it is indirectly involved, then also it constitutes to money laundering. Knowingly assist or is involved in the activity connected with process. Even CA can come na. If CA is doing such a business of black to white, then CA can also come into place. He will say, no, it was client's money. No, indirectly you are also assisting. It's guilty of offense of money laundering. It includes concealment, possession and acquisition and claiming it as untainted. So what happens? We start a business, we convert black into white. This everything is covered over here. Sir, may bite boring, but just see, not every ball we can hit for a six. We have to play some balls. So we cannot leave anything in option. I already told what we have to do. What is proceeds of crime? Already given example. Any property obtained from criminal activity related to schedule offense. If anything is a schedule offense and schedule offense is a criminal activity, whatever amount I am receiving from that is proceeds of crime. Next, property. Are intangible asset are also covered? Yes, property, any property, corporeal, incorporeal, movable, immovable, tangible, intangible, everything is covered. Next, what is schedule offense? See, there is list of offense. See, what I said, proceeds of crime. If I do business, then I receive money. Is it proceed of crime? No, na. It should be a scheduled offense. What is schedule offense? There is a list, schedule of offense. List is given. These are something. Indian Penal Code, I do fraud. Narcotic drugs, I was involved in drugs. Explosive, unlawful activities, Arms Act, wildlife prevention. I sold snakes. Snakes are also expensive, some poisonous. Prevention of Corruption Act, Companies Act, Customs Act, even GST Act is involved now. When GST is there, there are many people who are now involved in fake GST credit. Do you know they are involved in fake GST credit? So they are also covered over here. Punishment, minimum rigorous imprisonment of 3 years, which may extend to 7 years. What I am telling, 3 years, at least 3 years, which may extend to 7 years, and also fine. In the event is narcotic drugs, it may extend to 10 years. Sir, what is minimum? 3 years, maximum 7 years. But if you are involved in drugs, nasha, then it will go to 10 years. Okay. Authority is ED. You already know ED. And one more is the Financial Intelligence Unit, FIUIND, that provides useful information to ED. Next. Compliance. Compliance is one is reporting entity. See, reporting entity, one of the most important reporting entities is bank. If they find some unusual transaction, what? Unusual transaction, then they have to report to the government. Person covered, person carrying a designated business. The acquisition, see, you can read it. This is not that important. Is there a standard required? Yes. Is there any standard procedure required for verification of client reporting entity? Yes, you have to do KYC. Do you know na bank always done KYC? Verify identity while carrying out transaction above 50,000. If any transaction is above 50,000, you have to maintain the KYC requirement. Next. Beneficial owner. See, The beneficial owner can be company also, partnership firm also, AO, unincorporated institution also, and trust also. Everywhere it is, you can say more than if I'm having some influence on someone, then I can say it is beneficial owner. What is that influence? 15% in case of this. And in case of company, it is 25%. Are you getting it? What I'm trying to say? Just read it. Will you going through it? What are the records? It has to maintain all records, nature of transaction, amount of transaction, date of transaction, party of the transaction. See, bank has already has all these records. What type of information required by do we furnished? See, 1 lakh cash transaction, 15th of sustainment. See, everything is 15. So don't try to mug up. Just read it. And 15th of succeeding one, the reporting entity. Example, bank has to report. Then all suspicious transaction, whether or not made in cash. See, this is important for MCQ. Within 7 days, you have to inform. If you are thinking this is something suspicious, you have to inform. Then this is okay. You can skip it. What is the information to be furnished? This also you can skip it. Penalties for non-compliance. Reporting entity doesn't do. They can what ED can do. FIU IND can do. Warning. You are not providing first warning. Then issue direction to comply. We have asked for the information you are not providing. Direct reporting entity to send reports at such interval. They can direct. You should report us. Second, impose a penalty of 10,000, which may extend to 1 lakh. Are you getting it? MCQ it can be asked. Which is a forum. Okay, appeal can be done against the order within 45 days. That is okay. Tribunal, you can go to the aggrieved person of appellate tribunal may appeal to High Court within 60 days. That is okay. See this time limits you can remember just for MCQ purpose. The court first instance. There are special courts. But the PMLA cases doesn't run in the normal courts. It runs in a special court. Okay, done. This is done. In short, we have done what is money laundering. Are you getting it? Sir, now what you have to do, not immediately, you have to go through all the MCQs. So MCQs are done. Then essay type questions only, you have to see what are the questions and what are the answers. If this is done, you have brief idea what is money laundering. And see, there are many things whatever are written here. We cannot go into it. Many things is written. Many things are written. So I am telling this is the correct approach to approach this chapter. Now we will go to forensic audit. Okay. Okay. And everything is highlighted nicely in forensic because already a detailed revision lecture has been uploaded. So we will be doing fast, quick revision. If you want a detailed, everything is already there on YouTube regarding this. See what is, let's understand two things. What is forensic audit? When it is ordered. Remember, forensic audit we will be doing a bit detail, not like money laundering. There are in money laundering there were many things that were irrelevant. So just that I know. Forensic audit, see if some fraud is detected or sometimes what happened, external agencies such as SEBI, stock exchange find fraud. Or sometimes the company itself seems that some fraud is there. Sometimes court sees some fraud is there. That time they say there should be a forensic audit. I always tell, Daya, kuch to gadbad hai. Do you know ACB Pradyuman telling it to Daya in a famous CID serial? Do you know this? So something is wrong, something is fishy, it is forensic audit. Sir, what is the forensic audit doing? Then what the normal stat audit is doing? Statutory audit. The objective of statutory audit is not to find something specific or fraud investigation. It is to give an opinion. But in forensic audit, specific intention is to dig out something, to find something, something is wrong there. Are you getting it, what I'm trying to say? Then, see, 3 question I will mark. Areas of common areas of forensic audit. See, there are various types of frauds. Sometimes it be corruption can happen. Sometimes it be asset appropriation, and sometimes it is financial statement fraud. Sometimes what? Corruption. Corruption is also 3 types. Conflict of interest. See, I am approving my friend's expense. Huh? You claim any expense, I will approve. Conflict of interest. Bribery and extortion. Bribery is table के नीचे, extortion दे दो. Understood? Asset appropriation. We are see, inventory is gayab. Then it is asset appropriation. Cash is going away. Asset is business car is used by employee for their personal purpose. Financial statement fraud. What is financial statement fraud? Overstating the profits, understating the profits. You are playing with the financial statements of the company. It is very much dangerous. Sir, we can give only this much time. Let's run. So, investigation methodology, important question. Investigation methodology. First, accept, then plan, then gather, then report, and then court proceedings. Sir, again I am telling. First, sir, inside also there is something. First, we have to accept the investigation. Unless and until we don't accept the investigation, can we go with the forensic audit? What is the question? Investigation methodology. How investigation will be done in case of forensic audit? First, we have to accept it. First, we have to accept the investigation. Then what we have to do? Plan how to do it. How to do it? These 3 points we'll do later, triangle, because it is already there. Next. First, we have to accept. Then we have to plan it. How to do, when to do, who is involved, how much quantum of funds are involved. We have to see it. Then gather evidence. How can we gather evidence? That is a different question. Last, then we have to report. See, we are doing forensic audit. What I said first we have to accept, then plan, then gather. Gather is a question we will do later, now only. Then fourth is reporting. See, we will sit, investigation is done, now we'll go and sleep at home. No, you have to write a report. You have to tell the findings. What is summary? What are the conclusions? Who is involved? How much loss has been occurred? And also suggest, अरे ये कैसे future में नहीं होगा? बाद में. And last point, court proceedings. Sir, why court proceeding? This is going to be used as a evidence in my court proceedings, na? So I have to report to the court. And one more question was there inside. How to gather evidence? Techniques to gather evidence. Question can come. If methodology is asked, you have to write 5 points, right? And if how to gather evidence is asked, you have to write first public document. देखो arrange marriage है, arrange marriage में पहले देखते हैं ना. Arrange marriage first we see background, how is their father, mother, family is there. Then take a detailed interview, face to face. Then gathering our close friend, his best friend, trustworthy sources. Then conduct surveillance. Then sometimes something is fishy. Then we have to go undercover. What is undercover? To find that fraud, we have to change our costume. Hey, changing costume is what I'm going. No one should know. We are investigating, analyzing the financial statement, and last we have to analyze the evidence gathered. Done. 5 points. What is that? First, public documents we have to see, financial statements and everything. Then interview we have to conduct. Then gathering information, conducting surveillance. Then going undercover. Then analyzing the financial statement, and then analyzing the evidence gathered. Okay, fast. We'll be moving next. Forensic audit procedure. Okay. Accept, evaluate. Okay. This is also question. I have marked it 9 steps in fact finding. This is very difficult for to be asked for 7 marks. First, we have to accept the forensic, then evaluate, conduct due diligence, complete preliminary stage, prediction assuming, external investigation. Sir, why are you running? Is it important? No. Is it? It is not important. Gathering required proofs, report findings, and court proceedings. Similar questions are common areas. This is important. Where generally this is done? It is in asset appropriation, sometimes in case of corruption, in case of already I have discussed extortion, sometimes it is financial statement fraud, and sometimes it is in conflict of interest. Sir, you are running so fast. Yes. Sir, these examples of companies there, you read it at home. Okay. Why corporate fraud happens? To desire used to attract or retain investor. The ultimate aim, see if it is a listed company, they try to increase the profits. Why they try to increase the profits? So that they retain the investors. Because if the profits start falling, the investor may withdraw the money and the market price may go down. Second, problem or defect. Sometimes there is a fault, there is a problem in the company itself. So frauds are done. Then these examples are there. Then fraud risk management. We have focus on three things. Triangle. Why fraud is there? Why fraud? Why employees commit fraud? First time there is opportunity. See, if there is no opportunity, they cannot. There is opportunity means they are given with some responsibility which can be misused by them. Supervision and review, separation of duties, management approval, system control are not there or adequate. If there is no supervision, if there is no separation of duty, there is no management approval, there is no system control, then this can happen. Then pressure. Sometimes the employee is facing family problems. Sometimes he is going through what we say a financial crisis. So this can happen. Sometimes he is losing money in gambling and everything. So that can happen. Unrealized deadline. Sometimes some targets are unachievable. So dummy sales are done to achieve the targets. Rationalization. उसमें एक हिंदी में है गिरा तो गिरा टांग ऊपर मीन्स गिरा तो गिरा टांग ऊपर यानी क्या first you commit fraud and you tell how I was right. This is rationalization, right? Are you getting it? Next. So three things: opportunity, pressure, rationalization. These are flags. Management red flags, employee red flags. Employee fraud. If fraud is done, they change their lifestyle. We can see going to the clubs. Their clothes changes from normal to branded. Car. His salary is buying an Alto, a capacity of buying an Alto, but now he is buying Mercedes, BMW. Are you getting it? Turnover, high employee turnover, personal debts. You have to read it. Management red flags. Management himself is involved. It can happen. Manage frequently overrides. There is some internal control, but management says, say it's our work. This time don't follow the rules. Sometimes they tell na. Then this can happen. Management is dominated by small groups. Next, significant disrespect. They don't listen to the SEBI, don't listen to stock exchange, don't comply with the guidelines. Next, policies and procedures are not documented. Weak IC, decentralization. See, there are many points. What I'm trying to say, just remember 5-6 points. Whether this will come in exam, maybe if it will come, then you have to write 4-5 points, 4-5 points. Then we can move forward. Okay. I can tell one thing. This is important. Something. 447. I'm telling 440. Earlier in the Companies Act, there were no provisions no provision regarding fraud. Now, as per new Companies Act, the provision is there. If you have done a separate section, 447 is there. What? 447. And there is serious special fraud investigation officer provision also. Sir, what is there in 447? I will tell here. See, if somebody is involved, any act, omission, concealment, abusement of the position, if anything is there with the intention to deceive, he will be punished for fraud. So, what is there? What? The act has, I think you are able to see, the act has introduced stringent provision for the person who is found guilty for fraud. If it involves an amount at least 10 lakh or 1 crore or lesser. What? 10 lakh or 1% of turnover. What if the amount of fraud is involved? What amount of 10 रुपए का फ्रॉड किया तो नहीं आएंगे 447 में. हाँ, if fraud involved is greater than what we say minimum 10 lakh or 1% of turnover, whichever is lower, then he will go to 6 months of jail, which may extend to 10 years. What I am telling? Agar. If fraud amount is involved 10 lakh or 1% of turnover, whichever is less, he will go to jail for minimum 6 months, which may extend to 10 years, and fine should not be less than amount of fraud. जितना fraud किया है तूने उतना if the how much fraud है और इतना तो देना ही पड़ेगा, and which may extend to 3 times. Are you getting it? So what was for how much period you have to go to jail? How much period you have to go to jail? 6 months, 10 years. Fine, fraud amount or 3 times. But if public interest is involved, public interest means SEBI में fraud किया, stock exchange में fraud किया, public interest is involved, then minimum 6 months नहीं, you have to go for 3 years to jail minimum. Are you getting it? This is done. And this if once forensic audit is done, you have to report to your MyBap, यानी SEBI and stock exchange. That's all. Financial professional might work. See in which areas, sir, I'm running so fast, but we have to move at such a speed, and at such a speed you have to revise everything. Just a minute break before we move forward. Chalo. Sir, what is the question? Common areas where professional can work in forensic audit. Sometimes there is financial theft, money is gone, security fraud. You know what is security fraud? Securities are being issued, share, stock exchange. Third, money laundering. It can be area of forensic audit. Corporate valuation. Sometimes company overvalue to get funds. Tax evasion. These are areas. Financial theft, security fund, money laundering, corporate valuation, tax evasion. Techniques, okay. Qualities. Quality is easy, logical mind. You should have some logical mind. Sir, is it important? No, but just will go through it. Give an attention to each and every detail you should go through. You value to moral principles. Question everything. See, it's not audit, it's an investigation like thing. So he has to question everything. Why this? Why that? He has to question and be spontaneous. अंदर से आना चाहिए. Next, good understanding of accounting transaction. You should have good understanding of accounting and financial transaction because the financial transactions are involved. Done. See, investigation technique. Again, the same question is there. Already we have done. Reviewing public document, interview, gathering information, analyze evidence, conducting surveillance, going undercover, analyzing financial statement. What answer was there? Use the same question. Are you getting it? What I'm trying to say? Use same content. Don't do it. Don't mug up again. Okay? See, these are the ethical issues they have given. Ethical issues they have given. See, whatever is given now, please ignore it. See, there should be on the basis, see, they are telling. They are on the basis of male, female, gender, whether it is on, you should not do what we say discrimination. You have to follow safety practices. You have to pay. Means if you are pregnant, then if the woman is pregnant, then you have to give preference to it. So everything is like this, very difficult to come in exam. Even this safety measures, what should be there? Very difficult to come in exam. Ethics. Okay, this is very difficult to come in. Sir, this is important, huh? Types of threats, but we will do afterwards. Strong foundation. No, 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 no. Okay, this is very important. Very important means it can come in exam. Sure, short. Following are compromise to independence of auditor. Independence of auditor means what? What is independence? My opinion is not depend upon someone else. My opinion is not depend upon someone else. Then I become independent. When I am called independent, when I am not influenced by anyone, I can do whatever I want. If I want to tell there is fraud, then I can tell. But there are threats. Self-interest. What is self-interest trade? My financial interests are involved in that organization. If my financial interests are involved in that organization, how can I be independent? This is self-interest. Self-review. I am preparing the financial statements of the company. What? Self-review. I am preparing the financial statement of the company. I am only auditing it. How I will be the independent? Did you get what is self-interest? First was self-interest, then it was said, second was self-review, third was advocacy. I am advocacy, I am there in promoting the clients. I am promoting the client. I am acting as a what we say guiding force for the organization in many things. I am assisting company in selling their products. For example, will I be independent? No. First was self-interest, money involved. Self-review, I am only preparing, I am only checking. Advocacy, I am acting as an advocate or solicitor of the company. Family, next is family traits. After some years, auditor become extended family. Did you get it? What I am trying to say? After some years, auditor becomes an extended family. Let's go for a tea and dinner. Are you getting it? This is called familiarity trait. And last is intimidation trait. What is intimidation? See, if you write something adverse in the report, na, I will remove you. This is intimidation trait. Are you getting it conceptually? What I am trying to say? I think you are conceptually clear on this. Again, any question can be asked. See, these are the standards. See, applicable of code of conduct. Just go through it. Don't give much attendance to it. But code of ethics for certified examiner, just mark this question as important. You can do at home. Mark this question as important. You can do it at home, but mark this question as important. Okay. Huh. This only you have to mark it. I think you are professional opportunities. This is important question. Let's do it. What are constituents of forensic audit? Sir, what remaining, what you have left? You have to go through it, yeah. Detailed revision is already there on YouTube channel. Sir, is it detailed? I have just figured out the important questions I am taking in the revision video. First, what are constituents? Assessing the fraud risk factors and evaluating the internal control. Second, comparison of contracts of various fraud scheme. There are no 5 दिन में पैसा double. Then developing offsetting internal control that will limit and prevent this fraud scheme. So there should be some controls in the place so that this scheme will not happen in our organization. We can use data analytics techniques. See, there are huge technology now. Data analytics are there that can be used here. Next, evaluating the internal control. Next, evaluating plan and program risks for potential fraud. Applying various evidence gather technique used to detect fraud. You can read 7-8 points, constituents and finish it. But this is important question. Can come in exam. I have not explained a bit because it is more technical, so we can only go through it, right? Okay, this is done. I think this chapter is done. Again, I am telling you have to do MCQ and exercise questions for this. Now we will, what is the last part for today's marathon? What is left? So it is not last part, it is so much. It is not last part. Around 50 questions are involved. Around 50 questions are involved in management audit. Right? Right? Now in 45 minutes, we have briefly revised two chapters. Now we will go to management audit. Right? And we will be going bit slow. Huh? I ran a bit into the topics. In this chapter, we will be going very slow. We will be explaining it a detail. I have marked the questions. So we'll go majority. I have marked 35 to 40 questions. So we'll be 40 more questions. We will be doing it. Just we'll take a 3 minute, like 5 minutes break. Then I will start with last part management audit. It will last for so much time. Huh? It will not end quickly. Okay. 5 minutes break. सर 45 मिनट्स में ही आपने ब्रेक लिया हाँ अभी पेन जस्ट रीड इट Chalo. Let's start with let's start with let's start with management audit. Now we will go a bit slow here because this is something called as a 25 mark stuff. Okay, so we cannot rush it, right? See, internal audit and entities. I said one approach. Management audit is something. It has a good weightage in terms of marks. So if we see, just we'll go to the sheet. That's what I'm saying. You target these areas now. What we are doing in marathon now. We'll score great marks. Huh? See, in revision videos. See why in revision video I'm just running through it, just saying this. You have to do it. We cannot go through in depth in every concept. But if I'm able to go through everything in 5 hours, so if you invest whole day for these three areas with my marathon, you'll be done. Now this is for 25 marks, right? Management audit. So we have to give a good amount of time for this management audit. So we'll take one definition. Sir, what is management audit? Tell me one thing. Tell me one thing. Shareholders are the owners of the company. It appoints management to do day-to-day work. See, shareholders cannot go and manage day-to-day work of the company, so they appoint management, and the management is responsible. What this is happening with me? I'm not able to move the screen. And management is responsible for day-to-day operations. So management audit means impartial evaluation of management performance beyond implicitly provided by historical results. So in this, we are going to evaluate the performance of the management. That's all. What are the objectives? It helps the management in setting appropriate decision making. See, the decision makers are management. There will be some control on the decisions of the management, right? Second, it suggests management to getting results and revealing any defect. If something decisions are wrong or some irregularity are there in management, then it can be well in advance taken care of. Third, helps the management in effective discharge. If management audit is done, who is conducting management audit and the report itself tells these are the efficient people in the management, these are inefficient. Helps to identify performance gap. If there is some gap between what is standard and what is expected, we can breach it. And suggest appropriate cost effective implementation of plans. It is management audit also recommends what should be done so that cost can be mitigated. First, decision making for getting desired results, ineffectiveness, and whether they are discharging responsibilities properly or not. Fourth, identification of performance gaps. Fifth is suggest appropriate cost effective technique. Next, qualities. Next question. What are qualities of management auditor? Sir, I'm going slow this time. Qualities, but we have to run. First, you should have good knowledge and experience of managerial function. You should know what is the actual role of the management. You should have good knowledge. Sir, after all 10 questions, there are many questions involved. 10 to 12 questions. We'll take a small break of 2 minutes. Okay? Okay, guys? So you will also get a breather and even I will get a breather. Right? A management auditor should have good knowledge and experience. Second, good knowledge of finance, cost statement. See, majority data is financial na. In an organization, whether it is production, in production also cost is involved. So you should have a good knowledge. Second, you should have knowledge about economics and business laws. See, business is about economics. See, there are ups and downs, there are business cycles. So you should know about economics and business laws. Understanding the organizational structure. You should know how the organization is functioning. What are the levels in the organization? You should know all process and controls. You should know what are the internal controls. What are the processes the organization is going through. What is the production process. What is sales process. Everything should be knowing. You should understand objectives of organization as well. If unless and until you don't know the organization, how can you be a management auditor, right? Next, you should understand what planning, budget, rules, procedure. Next, well versed with production process. Yes, you should know production. The revenue is going to go, the revenue is coming from the final product. But the basic input is production. The production is well done, then only, see, many things are dependent on production. The quality of the product decides. And the quality is determined on the shop floor. That is at production. Next, you should know, you should have knowledge and experience to understand the reason behind lack of coordination. You should understand. See, many times what happens is there is a lack of coordination. Many departments don't work hand in hand. So there is lack of coordination. Third, practical and achievable solution you should give. You should not tell do this, that. You should give some solution that are practical, means which we can implement. Right? Done. Just take 5 seconds, 10 seconds. We'll go to next question. Done. Next. Who can be? That is okay. Third, advantages. Four, advantages helps the management to make plans and policies. Okay. Beneficial for achieving the set of objectives. Okay. Okay. And hey, I'm telling it's okay. That is very easy. It is helpful to management providing input and process gaps. Second, helps the strategic resources and improvement in planning. It is not that important. 4 points are only there. So don't mark it as important, but I have marked as a question number. Okay. Sir, management audit is concerned with judging the effectiveness, effective efficiency of following functions. Means in which areas this management audit can be what we say helpful. And they already told this list is illustrative and not exhaustive. Means these are examples in this areas. In many areas is also it can be used. First is marketing. See, first I am tell everything. Inventory, finance, research, insurance, personnel, project management, procurement, manufacturing, marketing. See, you take all the functions, it is there. For it is HR, it is there. Means personnel, if it is research, if it is finance, if it is inventory, everywhere it is needed. So we will not waste much time on it. Okay. See, objectives of management audit. Top objectives of having a management audit. Why? What are the objectives? Important question. Mark it in your module. You have to read the module and mark the questions with me. Don't be just the viewers. Okay. Top objectives, clearly defined prime objective of the organization. Clearly, organization objectives will be defined. Ensure a clean, lean, and thin organizational reporting structure. See what they are saying. Reporting structure should be properly organized. It should not be complicated. One should know who has to have to report. Goal setting process is lined with business objectivity. Whatever our goals we are setting, are they aligned with our business objective or not? If we want to achieve X target, are we working, or are our short-term goals are concurrent with our long-term objectives? Benchmarking for effectiveness. Are we setting some targets, benchmarks, so that performance can be achieved? Suggesting improvements. Are any requirements? See, some improvements are necessary or not? Are the improvements necessary on some areas or not? You have to see ways to restructure the organization and ensure high quality service in all quarters. You have to ensure that, see, if some restructuring is required in the organization, we have to suggest more effective resource utilization planning. So there is an effective utilization planning if we are having a management audit. These 2 points you can skip. This much is sufficient. Just go through it once. 5 seconds. Done? Now, what are the factors should be considered while, see, there is management audit? We have to form a management audit program. What should be there? Name, address of the company, operation, dates and duration, name of auditors, discussed with, reviewed by, everything. What should be there? General outline of program, name and address of the company, what are the operation, in which unit, for which section we are doing it, duties and duration of audit, what date, sorry, duties nahi, dates or duration, from which date to which date it is going to be conducted, who are the names of the auditors who are going to conduct. Second, discussion with whom, means if there are some queries, to whom it will be discussed. And finally, who is going to review everything. Okay, next. Next question. The management auditor, the management auditor, next question is, the management auditor should have following general consideration with respect of communication and relation of datum. Datum यानी क्या? Information. Management auditor should have should have the following general consideration. Following consideration should be followed. First, source of the base, nature and basis of data. I can say data. Indicate from where the source of data is being generated. What is purposiveness of data for pursual? What is the purpose of actually data which has been sought or collected? Avoid gathering data acquired during previous study. If what they are telling, if you have collected some data in last, again if it is not changed, then it is what we say purposeless only. Complete details where cost factor is involved. See, if somewhere money or cost is involved, everything you should collect. If there are irregularities, conflicts, possible disagreement about plans and functions and scheme and operation. अगर कुछ irregularity लग रहा है, for example, there are some irregularities in the program, irregularities in the functions, just go through it very deeply. Validation of data collected. See, sometimes the data is fake. You have to validate it whether the data collected is right or not. Data collected, process relevance of data collected. See, whatever data is collected, we have to process it. and relevant data we have to extract. Next, we can do. I have done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Remaining you do at home. Something you should do at home. Everything I will do there. Okay, but just what I am telling. The question comes. General consideration in respect of communication and reliability of data, then you have to write 8 to 10 points. Okay, this is homework. Now see, there is annexure. I think generally it doesn't come. Generally doesn't come, but don't tell me, sir, you said and then it came. For admin, what we have to do? For insurance, for policies, management, what factors we have to consider? For everything they have given. For everything they have given. That's what I'm trying to tell. Admin. Just I will discuss a brief. See, admin is related generally to the roles and responsibility. What role? In admin, some roles are given, whether the decisions are taken properly or not, roles and responsibility are assigned or not, whether policies and procedures are followed or not, whether the members who are there are aware of the policies or procedure or not, whether meetings are conducted on a regular basis to oversee or not, whether annual report is distributed, what are the reports are distributed or not. So this we have to see in admin management audit. Are you getting it? What I'm trying to say? This is management audit checklist. Can come in exam. Tell admin. Then tell about admin. Whether hierarchy, whether a proper hierarchy is followed or not. Then finance. See, when it comes finance, budget, cash flow, financial goals, multiple signature for monetary transaction, annual budget, annual operating budget reviewed. So budget, underline. I have underlined. You have to follow it. But whether budget processes and approval mechanism is in place or not. Second, cash flow statement is reviewed on a regular basis or not and prepared. Financial goals, what we are thinking, this much profits we will achieve, are we achieving or not? See, if monetary transaction is there, then it should be approved by more than one person, multiple signatures. Does company on your annual operating budget? See, there should be a budget. Then annual operating budget is reviewed or not. Insurance. See the company's assets and even employees. We can say insurance of two people. We can say even employees also. We can say and assets also. So at whole level, it should be fully insured. That's what it is telling about. Just go through it. Just you have to go through it. It is not that important. You have to go through it. Policy. See what is policy. Policies of the organization are what they have to do in a particular scene. ये हमारा policy है. 30 days credit is a policy. So this is an example of policy. Whether a company has a documented policy, guidelines for all critical areas of the business. Second, multiple rules regulation. While see rules and regulation to be followed while framing the policy. Policies are communicated and distributed to employees. Policies reviewed and monitored at regular intervals. Next, updated guidelines are immediately brought. If some updates are there, we have to brought. They tell where we have to bring. Harassment, drugs, alcohol, coaching ethics, child protection, disability, everything. Okay? Planning. You can read it. This you can read it as homework. This you can personnel read it. 4 points are only there. Contract also read it. This also you can read it. I can briefly tell you. See, personnel management. See what is personnel? I will tell you what exactly policy we have to see. Sir, what is personnel? These are human resources. If human resources are involved, how to get the employees, where to get, how to train them. For that, everything a policy should be there. Can you pick up any Tom, Harry walking on the road and bring in the company and start tell them now you work for us? Can you tell it? No, na. We need a skilled staff in the organization. Contracts. See, company enters into various contracts with the people, whether it is a vendor, whether it is an employee, whether it is a professional, whether it is a director, whether it is a lessor, lessee. There are different types of contracts. There should be some standard operating procedure in the contracts, because these contracts, what I'm telling, these contracts play a pivotal role when there is a breach हुआ तो the contracts are well drafted, then it will be in the favor. If they are not well drafted, it can act against the company. Hazardous identification. See, there is some, पता है ना, Kauti, a danger, Kauti. I could not draw the skull. So we have to place some controls for that also, na. See, if production is involved, if something dangerous, acid and everything is involved, then hazardous identification and control should be also there in this. Event management. So this is important. So many points are there, na, so it becomes important. Okay, just read it at home, but this is important. Then we have to go legislation and industry standards. See, we cannot operate isolated. We have to follow the legislation, laws and regulations. Sometimes there are industry standards we have to follow. So if for example X quality product is sold, we have to also mark our receipt to the X quality, na. That's what they are telling. If we are not doing it, there will be non-compliance. If there is a non-compliance, will be penalty. Government standards are there. We have to do verification. We have to do overhauling major examination. Okay, we have to do it. Done. Then there are next question. Steps in management audit. Important question. This is over. Now annexure is over. Steps. First step, understanding scope and objective of review. First we have to understand, I'm telling you, first we have to understand scope and objective. What we have to see and review. Then collect documents and data. See, we cannot do anything with data, na. First we have to know our scope, then collect documents, then determine actual results meet standards or not. First what we have to collect? First we have to not collect. First we have to know our scope. Then collect data. If collect data, then we have to see the results are matching with our targets or not. Establish what is to done. If the targets are not achieved, then what we have to do? Then we have to see what has to be done. Next, carried out detailed investigation. Why it is not achieved? We have to do a detailed investigation. Finally, we have to report. 6 points. Are you clear? First, understanding scope, then collect data, then results, then actually what should have been done to achieve. Post detailed investigation. Last point, report. See, this is something management auditing procedure. First, take it as homework, okay? But mark it as a question. It can come in exam. Techniques. Important. Very, very important for exam. This will not go to homework. Techniques by which auditor identify problem areas in management audit. This can come. See, how many points are there? 6 points are there. Nice points. Question समझो पहले. Techniques by which auditor can identify problem areas warranting detail examination and source of his information. First, identifying the possible control weakness by survey. What are the weakness in the control? See, if something is happening, if something is not as per what we want, or the targets are not being achieved, what the control weakness we have to identify. Second, we have to review the management reports. Sir, what are reports? MIS is there. Various reports are generated from the system itself. We have to see management reports. Then we have to review internal audit. See, as a management auditor, there is one other person who is detailedly keeping watch on internal control. That is internal auditor. So his reports also we have to examine so that we are able to conclude as a management auditor. Then sometimes you have to go and physically inspect something. See, in book something is there, but actually in reality something might be different. Test examination. What test examination? We cannot check each and every transaction, right? You have to check. We have to do the checking on testing basis. Last point, discussion with official and employees. At last, we have to discuss with official employees because they are the person who are actually dealing with the controls and the systems, right? First, identification of possible control weakness. Second, review of management report. See, review. We have to review management report as well as internal audit report. Okay. Physical inspection, test examination, and discussion. Okay. Done. Techniques. This was what techniques to identify question. नहीं तो टेक्निक आ गया तो लिख दिया. Technique to identify problem areas warranting detailed examination. हाँ. Techniques in management audit. Yes, this is also important question. Techniques in management audit. What are the techniques? See, there are different types of techniques. Okay, there are different types of techniques. First is accounting techniques. Accounting, what we do, cost benefit analysis, break even point, budgetary control, standard costing, everything. Then there are scientific technique. Just go through the names. I think you are not required to understand it what exactly it is. Computer models, network analysis, mathematical programming. Statistical में ये नाम याद रखो और खत्म करो. Now we see if it will take a much time to explain everything. So just remember what is there. Personnel technique. Remember what? First is accounting, second is scientific, third is statistical. First is accounting, second is statistical, second is scientific, third is statistical, third is personnel technique. Last is general technique. Okay. That is okay, sir. This is not that important. If it comes, then go through it because some technicalities involved. I'm able to explain it, but can't explain marathon. Regular बैच में आओ, पूरा सब रटवा के देता हूँ मॉड्यूल, पूरा का पूरा हो जाएगा. हाँ, पूरा हो जाएगा. हाँ. An efficient, important question. An efficient management audit program. It is speaking about management audit program. It is speaking an efficient audit model should compromise the following. It should review the organizational objectives and plans. Second, studies, policies and practices of management. Critical review on organizational structure. First, what are the organizational objectives and goals? It has to be there at the part of planning itself. Study the policies and practices. We should know ना what are the practices of the management. ये management कैसा काम करता है पता चलना चाहिए ना. Third, critical review of the organizational structure. How is the entity structure in the organization? We should understand. Study the system. What are the system? What are the procedures? We have to understand. Evaluation of operations, the day-to-day operations, how they are being conducted, whether there are weakness in it, there are any deficiencies in it. You have to see efficiency of use of physical resources available. R. We should know efficacy of physical resources available. Exercise the proper management. Okay, this just go through it. Sir, why you are running? Okay, I can explain only 3-4 points in this limited time. Okay. Qualities we have already done, just read it. Oh sir, yes, open mind. But these points and prepare this as a question, because this can come and you can score good marks. Ability to grasp business problem, he should know. So let's do it now. Instead of doing it, let's do it here only. Grasp the business, he should know what are the problems. First, general understanding of the organization. What is the nature? What is the purpose? Why the organization is existing? First, he should know what is the problem. Second, he should have general understanding. Third, determine and assist the progress of the organization. He should be able to determine and assist knowledge of principles of delegation of authority and control and preparation of different budget. He should have some knowledge about management functions such as how authorities are delegated, how the organization functions, how the budgets are prepared, power of grasping and understanding different internal control devices. He should understand. See, it is more about understanding the internal control. If he is not able to understand the internal control, then what is the main purpose is only lost. Sufficient knowledge of engineering, statistical technique, cost and management accounting, financial accounting, production plan. इसका सबका एक्सपर्ट नहीं होना चाहिए. He cannot be expert na. You are telling engineering technique also he should be expert, and accounting also he should be expert. He cannot take 2 degrees at a time na. But he should have knowledge, working knowledge, understanding of law. See, a business cannot work without laws. So as an auditor, he should have knowledge of all legislation. Then sufficient knowledge of different levels, including top management. जो reports, various reports are prepared for the management at top level. He should have that knowledge, tactfulness, perseverance, and everything is pleasing and dynamic. Right? Done. You have done this question also. Just go through it in 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Done. We have done 14 questions, right? Right now, 14 questions are done. So remaining, what is there? You have to read it and solve the MCQs. And essay type question, you have to go through it. Huh? Okay. Now 14 questions are done. We'll take a short 3 minutes break, 2 to 3 minutes break. Once that 2-3 minutes break is there, done, then again 13-14 questions we will do. Only 3 minutes break. Huh? Can't take more break. Okay. Okay. Let's go to next. Types of characteristics of management reports. See, there are something called as management reports can be classified. There are classification, financial reports, information report, control reports. Financial reports will always tell about financial data such as what? Cash flow, budget, everything. Information tells about trend, analytical, activity reports, comparatives, analytics will be done compared with last and current year. Control report will tell about, see these are management reports na. Management report, financial report, they will tell about financial information. Information will tell about information comparison with previous year. Control reports will tell about what? It will tell about the internal controls. अभी next breakup ये है, अभी 15 क्वेश्चन ना, 30 क्वेश्चन होने के बाद, ठीक है. हाँ, so what I am telling, are you getting it? What I am trying to say? Three types of report: financial information, financial report, information report, and control report. Report based on nature. ये report based on क्या था? Activity. Then nature is enterprise and investigate report. Enterprise यानी the report which is detailed description of various operating activities and financial position of the business. Second, the report is specifically located on investigation of particular problem. Sometimes a general report is made, enterprise level. These are problems, these are something. Sometimes a specific, some production problem is there. Then it is a investigative report to find particular problem in it. Getting it? Classification of individual and joint. It is prepared by for an individual. By an individual, nahi. You will write individual activity report is prepared by an individual and joint by joint. Hey, no. Individual activity report is prepared for an individual activity for a single department. For a single department individual activity. It is prepared when joint efforts are made in performing the activity. Right? Done. Performance analysis. What is included in performance analysis? See, let's understand what is performance analysis first. Just in brief, what I'm trying to say. See, whether your performance is good or not, what I'm trying to say, whether your performance is good or not, who is going to tell you? Tell me one thing. Who is going to tell you? Your result, na? So the organization performance is depend upon various things. What are the profits they are making? What sales target? What they have aimed? They are achieving it or not? So there are different parameters we can see. So when you do business performance, you should know you are doing business performance and you should know what are your parameters, past parameters. You should know now against what you have to measure. See, I can say you are good or bad if I should know now what is good and what is bad. Second, ensuring no change in parameters. See, once the parameter is set, you cannot change it every time now. Measurement of actual delivery. See, what actually you are delivering, you should know. Assumption under both micro and economic condition. See, the business cannot run in isolation na. So whatever performance target you are setting should be in line with micro and macroeconomic factors involved. Adjustment at base level for actual for different point of time. See, what are sales in quarter 1 or profits in quarter 1 will not be in quarter 2 and quarter 3 na. See, there is a business cycle. In some quarter the sales might be high, the billing might be high. Process of monitoring review parameters actual against them. You have to continually monitor it. Equal period or time frame for evaluation. See, can we compare 6 month sales with 12 month sales? No, na. We have to compare 6 month performance with 6 months performance. Root cause analysis. See, basically we should understand what is the basic root problem. Why the sales have fallen? Why the profits have fallen? Sir, we have fallen. But that is not the reason. Your salary expense has increased. Your R&D has increased. Feedback. Feedback is the most important. See, employees know everything. Owners think we know the organization. But actually who are on the field is employees. Done. This is 16th question. See, capital formula, it can come in MCQ. Market. Actual level of output. What? Actual level of output upon maximum level of output. Okay? Into 100. Hey, are you getting it? What is capacity utilization? How much? What is, first I will tell what is capacity utilization. In brief means you can read it and understand. See, I can study for 12 hours. Right? I can study for how many hours? And I am studying for 9 hours. Then how much I am working? 75%. Right now, this is my capacity utilization. Available level, actual level upon maximum level into 100. Okay, you can go through it. If exam the question comes on capital utilization, you can score marks. Okay, production. See, this is a question I have marked. Just go through it, mark it as a question. You can be in homework. You can do in homework. Okay. Eight points are there. Important. Energy efficiency analysis. See what is energy efficiency analysis. Let's go into depth of it. Right. What is energy efficiency analysis? Tell me one thing, guys and machines. Guys and machines, बुरा मत मानो. See, can organization work by itself? What work by itself means? Can organization work by itself means it needs power, fuel, and energy, whether energy that is consumed has been effectively consumed or not. For that, auditor has to look into these things. Are you getting it? What I'm trying to say? What he has to see, energy generated per unit of fuel consumed. Technical terms are there. Don't be afraid. I can only explain a bit. How much energy is generated per unit of fuel consumed? For example, 10 kg of fuel you are inserting, coal. Then how much energy is generated? Trend analysis of energy cost percentage of total cost means what? In your total cost of the product, what is the power cost? Second, recycling is possible or not? If something can be recycled, how can be capacity utilization can be improved? Second, sir, we can replacement of plants and machinery. See, we can replace a 3-star AC with 5-star AC na, so that consumption will low. See, this is an household example. We should replace 3-star AC with 5-star AC. But in company we can use machineries which are fuel efficient. The technology is improving day by day. Second, possibility can be expected to use variable frequency dry on motors, blowers, etc. to adjust machine as per process requirement. This is technical term. Just go through it. Possibility can be explored to have modification of pumps. If some modification in pumps is required, it can be made. Replacing inefficient motors, electric motors, inefficient. You have to do it. Where electricity is a major cost component, possibility can be put up windmill or solar. If electricity is consumed, then they are saying put solar. Or you should, if windmill is possible, use windmill so that electricity bill doesn't come. Okay, this is done, but this is important. A question can come in exam. Other you can read it, but I did not find it that important. This was something key cost and contribution, PV ratio. I think you are cost and management accountant. I am not a better person to tell. I know it, but PV ratio, contribution upon sales into 100, you are a better place to understand it. Profitability analysis. Right? See, what is profitability analysis? Let's understand profitability analysis. See, there are profits, books profit. It is basically telling about what the entity's profits are. See, entity's performance is directly judged by its profits. We can tell there are different types of indicators. You can tell me, sir, there are many companies in the market which are making huge loss, but their evaluation is very high. But the ultimate aim, who is buying that company, they know that these companies will turn profitable in the upcoming years. So what is profitability analysis? We have to analyze the profit. See, there are different types of tools. You tell na, EBITDA, what is EBITDA of the company? Earning before interest, tax and depreciation. Then you saw what is return on asset, what is EBIT, everything is done. Different types of ratios are calculated. That is profitability. Sir, there is no question that can be framed like 7 marker. If this can be framed, then it is very difficult for everyone. But what I'm trying to tell, underline this, sales to stock. This can come as a practical question. What is sales to stock? If your sale is 1 lakh and your average stock, what is average stock? Opening stock plus closing stock divided by 2. Okay, then it is 10 times. Gross margin, gross profit upon sales. Okay, working capital analysis. See, and liquidity management. Always remember what is working capital? Current assets minus current liability. A business cannot function without the working capital. First, understand this thing. Working capital is the most important part. Without working capital, an organization cannot function. So it needs liquidity to pay to the creditors. Where does the liquidity come from? It comes from the cash balance, bank balance, the receivable money that we are getting from the trade receivables. That is the case. So these are important ratios. Sir, why we are doing ratios? Is it FM? Yes, there are exams where I have seen 8 marker and 10 marker questions on this. What is current ratio? Current assets upon current liabilities. Remember this. Quick ratio, quick assets upon quick liabilities. What is quick asset? Current asset minus inventory. Like efficiency ratio, inventory ratio. Cost of sales upon average inventory. Inventory in days. Simple. You can make also 365 divided by inventory turnover ratio. This is already calculated. You can do it. Sir, what is this? If you understand, then okay, then let it be. You have already done this in FM. So just revise it. Already you have done at different levels. See, if something you are doing these ratios and you are getting 8 marks or 5 marks, then this is the bonus question in exam. So instead of leaving it, just revise it. It will basic questions are asked. Then operating cycle, raw material plus work in progress plus finished goods. That is also there. See, this example, go through it in detail. I cannot. Manpower analysis. Sir, manpower analysis, is it important? Is it important? Yes, it is dramatically very much important. Sir, business cannot run. I'm telling, business cannot run without the workforce. Na? See, the people who are working in the offices, who are working somewhere, they are only running the business. The factory workers sitting on the shop floor are running the business now. They are the people who are doing it. So, that is important. This is important. The main dimension of estimation of manpower. This is given. Total number of employees, detailed job description, age, qualification, and estimation. We can do it. This is nothing that important. I thought it is important. So, and before, which ratios he has to see as a management auditor? First, training expense per employee. How much training expense is incurred employee wise? Second, trend of production achieved per employee per hour. How much production is of employee in wholesale oven? To actually do that only na efficiency. Second, trend of resignation. How many employees are going? Sir, is it good their employees are going? See, whose employees are staying at long term. That organization is better. Trend of new recruitments. How many new people are getting recruited? Ratio of labor and direct labor productivity that you have to calculate. This is important question. This can. Okay. Strategies for manpower planning. Strategies for manpower planning are as follows. If they can ask, institute can ask anything. If it is given in module, they can ask. So mark it as a question and mark it as homework, but you have to see it, or else you have to see it. Mark it as a question. Let's do it. This question is important. The following steps are expected to complete in manpower analysis. Sir, as a management auditor, we are conducting manpower analysis. Remember where we are. As a management auditor, we are conducting manpower analysis. First, analyze the objective of an organization about HR. What exactly is the objective regarding our HR planning? Second, then forecast human resource needs. हमें कितना मैन पावर चाहिए is important. How much manpower is required, we have to forecast. Then third, forecasting supply. See, we want 100, but the supply is 80, then it is a scam. So we have to plan production accordingly. See, manpower, the production, the machine itself cannot run now. See, if it was like fully automatic, it was okay, but the machines cannot work by itself. We need manpower. So forecasting is important. Then how much supply is there? Supply is depend upon manpower inventory, manpower audit, and job evaluation. See, for some jobs there are many available. For some jobs many employees are available. For some only few are available. Next, comparing demand with forecast. You have to compare na, demand is this much and forecast is this much. Sorry, demand is this much and supply is this much. Then preparing plans and programs. See, we are knowing what is going to be the future. Now we can plan accordingly. And final, execution of plan and evaluation. Finally, we have to plan and execute. First point was manpower, inventory, then very well. First point was very. First, for HR, analysis of objective HR, objective regarding HR, forecasting, हमें कितना चाहिए, forecasting supply, then comparing, then preparing plans and programs, and plan and program, finally execution of plan, right? This is their manpower planning process. This was forecasting supply of manpower. Okay. Now, sir, I'm not doing time pass at all. Okay. How much is possible from the module I am taking it? Okay. What are steps? First, we have to need identification. Whether which department needs which resources. No, in many organizations, some departments are overloaded, and some departments there are very scared employee. Succession plan. See, if somebody are leaving now, it should not happen. The function of the organization should stop. The show must go on and on. Planning. You should know if there is a shortage. You should plan something. Redundancy plan. For example, some employees are not required. Then there should be also a redundancy if they are useless. I'm not telling useless. If they are no more useful, then what are the plans? We can give VRS. Then last, approval. Approval is also required. For everything, approval should be there from personnel manager. HR manager it is called. Okay. So remaining, you can read so much. There are ratios. Labor. See, this is also there in costing as well as costing part. So you can do it, but do it. Huh? I'm telling you, if you want to score good marks now, you have to do it. Huh? I'm not doing it because this is already done in your costing. This is very important. Approaches for developing. See, mark question well, then and you will write one question answer to another. So remember, be smart. First, approaches for developing manpower planning. Now, what are the approaches? Planning for status quo. Planning involves step to replace any employee who are either promoted or who leave the firm. See, status quo. How many employees are there only retained? If someone retires, fresh recruitment. If someone get promotes, then that position will be filled. That is called as planning for status quo. Next is thumb rule. थंब रूल यानी क्या, वो बोलते हैं ना अंदाज लगाना, वैसे ही थंब रूल फॉर दिस मच, फॉर एग्जांपल फॉर 10 workers, one supervisor is required. Thumb rule. मार्को एनालिसिस. कोई तो बड़ा लोग होगा ये मार्को. Some theory will have been developed for manpower planning. right? This much, that is sufficient. You need forecasting. For example, we have to exactly measure how much workforce is required in the upcoming year. That is known as bottom-up approach. Means we selection are made by lower management and added together at higher level. Okay. Ratio and trend. We can use this also. Ratio and trend. How much ratio of this much is required? Last year this much labors were required. This year, this time you will use this much. Sir, you are running? Yes, sir. We have to run because each now exams are very near. We cannot waste a single minute, right? Because in what 4 hours, yeah, 4 hours 15 minutes, whatever maximum I can give to you, that can cover 50 marks. At least something is getting. If you listen to my lectures and write something, at least 10 marks in your marks are increased. Then also I'm not at profit. But if you like it, then please recommend to your friends because sir is not explaining. 4 hours marathon. Is it time to explain? And sir, it is conducted in English. If it was in Hindi, it was more impressive. Sir, then why did you conduct? Because you have to write papers in English language. Delphi method, this is also there. Computer simulation, time and motion, most minor operation sequencing. Just go through the names and mug up it up. No one is going to ask. Next, what are advantages? Just remember this. This is important. This can be asked. But this is an easy question. You can do at homework. Why? Already it is discussed. See, if you don't know how much manpower is required, how can it function now? See, in organization we need employees. We said, चाहिए जितना मांग जब लगेगा तब बुलाएंगे. This will not happen. Employees will not come when we require, right? 7 points are there. This is very important. Sir, then why you are not taking? It's very easy, so I am not taking. Management accounting too. See, important tools for management accounting. Important question. Important tools for management accounting. Page number 472. Sir, pages you are running like so fast. Yes. You also meet my speed. Okay. Some important tools are financial planning. Second is financial statement analysis. What can be done for management accounting? When it comes to accounting, financial statement will come, cost accounting will come, fund flow, cash flow, standard costing, marginal costing, budgetary control, decision making, re-evaluation, management information, statistical, management reporting, historical cost, ratio analysis. So many names. How to remember? Accounts, financial planning, financial statement analysis. Now cost accounting chapters. Fund flow, cash flow, standard costing, marginal costing, budgetary control. Hey, are you getting it? Standard costing, budgetary control. We can remember the names na, right? Decision making costing in 10 names. If you remember na, that is sufficient. Standard, marginal, budgetary, everything. Cash flow, fund flow. Last ratio analysis. Done. These sums marked as LDR must be done. That can come in exam as it is. As it is. If you are not seen the module now, and if you are not able to do it, mug up it. Mug up, I do. It's more about costing and everything. There are something called as how many number of sums? All you have to do it. All, I'm telling you, if the sum comes from here, there are 5 illustration, and if you are not doing this 5 illustration from module now, you're doing mahapap. Right? Done. We'll take a we'll take a 10 minutes break now. and then we will move towards our last parts. 10 minutes break, right? Now it's 5:26. 5:26. We can say 5:30. We'll meet at 5:40. Right? Done. Done. Let's now go to the next discussion. Mhm. Business objective versus goal, right? I will briefly explain it. Okay. Business goal and objective are not same. The goal includes broad primary outcome. हमें success, we want to be successful is our goal. But there are some baby steps na. Baby steps you have to take step day means you have to take day one step, day two step, day three step. Can overnight you become successful? No, you cannot become. That is what is called as objective. These are smaller steps that are required to achieve a long-term goal. That is objective versus goal. You can read it and you will be done with it. Done, 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 done. Exam, 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 exam. एग्जाम के लिए कौन सा क्वेश्चन और आ सकता है? आई हैव मार्क्ड द क्वेश्चंस यस्टरडे. Corporate development audit. The term corporate development includes both potential and kinetic aspects. The structural aspect of a corporation are currently build up potential and kinetic aspect benefits the organization in action. So what organization as a corporate development audit? So how as an organization it has been functioning? You have to go into four essential dimensions: regularity, systematic check, review, and last is appraisal. It is not that important, huh? But just keep it as a question, mark it as a question. Okay? This is okay. Scope for corporate development audit. Okay, this is an important area. Scope, where it can be. Scope includes the following: where it can be done: corporate planning and policy. In corporate forecasting, it can be used. In corporate strategy, it can be used. In corporate externalities, it can be used. Corporate internalities, it can be used. Tell me what are the points. In corporate planning, where it can be used. Corporate planning and policy. Corporate planning and policy, it can be used. In corporate forecasting, it can be used. In corporate strategy, it can be used. In corporate externality, corporate internalities. So what is there? You can read in brief, right? We can highlight. Okay, planning exercise is a long-term basis. Corporate planning, corporate forecasting is medium and short term. Means corporate planning and policy is long term. Corporate forecasting is medium and short term. What are our competitions? We have to see correlationship only na, correlationship. Forecast such as demand, supply trends, all analysis we have to do. Corporate forecast. Then corporate strategy means assess the corporate will survive in as a viable entity. We have to see whether it will survive in the market. That is very important na. See, basic aim of us is survival. Then corporate externalities. See, some factors which are outside the organization that affect, that are externalities. Outside externalities. And what are within the organization, that are internalities. Then what the question is, scope of corporate development audit. Then you will forget what is the question. Okay, this was the question that can be asked. I did not find any question. Sir, you can read. See from whole module now. MCU can be asked from anything. Even that now see 360-degree feedback. MCU can be framed, but 7-mark question very difficult. So what I'm trying to say, learn, at least go through module. Means once you go through module and it's MCQs now, at least you can score 30. If you score 30 out of 30, 24 there na, then you are at comfortable position. In theory question, if theory question you can survive, you do practical part, you will survive in the paper, you will pass with this marathon. But you have to read the module. I request you on from bottom of my heart. When I teach in the regular batch, each and every point is marked up. Even that 360 feedback, I give 10-minute discussion on it. So what I'm trying to say you, I'm trying to convince you, you have to go through module. Because in 4 hours, around 4 hours, effectively we are going to what we say, wrap up everything. Done. Just I am seeing everything in the point of view of, see, role of internal auditor. You should not be used from here. already we have done in that chapter, use that. And challenges also. Don't make it as a separate task. See, audit of environment and pollution control. Is it important? Yes. See, we operate in the society where we owe something to the society. And you cannot do anyhow. There are some pollution controls, right? There are pollution control boards. See, we cannot do. See, if we cannot directly, so what we say, the wastage of the industry cannot be directly dumped into the river. So we have to do a environmental pollution control features. Very important. Very important. Why? 7 points for 7 marks. Why it is important? 7 points for 7 marks. Okay? Role of management. See. See, as an when we go for an environmental audit, see, management is very important. See, it affects environmental audit performed through internal audit team is generally considered as an internal control system is mainly assess and evaluate, manage the environmental performance of the company, including compliance against various legislation. See, the laws, role of man, the point is role of management. What inside they have written is nothing with the role of management. Huh? Really, I am telling. God knows what are they are writing. But no, institute is always right. भगवान ने बोला अगर इंस्टीट्यूट बोलेगा गधा गधा नहीं है घोड़ा है तो घोड़ा गधा घोड़ा एक ही है ठीक है तो they are telling see whether we have to ensure whether all environmental laws are followed or not in the role of management. Environment impact assessment EIA we are, see EIA has to be used how we are how the businesses are affecting the environment. Systematic. Sir, audit should be systematic. It should be properly planned, executed. My team should be selected. Everything should be proper. Without documentation, I cannot run. See, if I am doing audit, this is very important. Market is a very important for exam. Documentation is very necessary. If you don't document it, you cannot see if someone asks whether you have done an audit or not. I can give the documentation and tell yes, I have done it. Next, continuous review. See, review is continuous, ongoing process. It is never ending. Objective evaluation. Objective evaluation. For example, there are some guidelines, ISO, whether they are followed or not. Other than environmental performance and compliance against specified regulatory matters, at time accreditation certificate taking part in environment also comes up with enhanced objectivity. To achieve the purpose, sometimes only that laws and regulations are not important. Other than that, also there are some safety standards. ISOs are there, whether they are met or not. Environmental performance. At last, to find out how we are performing it, we have to do environmental performance. This is very important, student. If you see in exam, then you have to write these 7 points and come. Benefits. Benefits में कितने point है? This will also come. See, benefits of environmental audit, 9 points, 7 marks. See, hint बोलूं, if the points are more than 7, this is LDR question. LDR exam it can come. First, improve efficiency of EMS. Efficiency will increase of environmental management system. Compliance with once environment audit is done, there are high chances we are comply with laws and standard. This will be substantially reduced. Second, meeting stakeholder expectation will meet the expectation of the stakeholders. Cost and environmental benefit reduction in operational inefficiencies. Sometimes it will help in reducing what? Reducing operational inefficiencies. Again, I am telling what EMS improving the efficiency of environment management system. Second, compliance हो जाएगा. We will able to comply with laws and standards. It will receive what? Risk mitigation. If audit is done, there will be a lesser risk of non-compliance. Then meeting stakeholder expectations. See, stakeholder has some expectations. See, Tata and Adani. We say Tata. Why? There are expectations from us because we operate in society and we are liable to the society. Cost and environment benefit. Next, linking operating process and environmental impact. See, doing sustainable business is important. Doing a short-term business is not at all important. Comply with certification requirement. Sometimes environment audit is required for getting various certificates. Employees awareness. The employees are the people who are going to be harming the environment through our company. So they should be aware. It creates environmental audit, creates awareness that environment is also important. Only manufacturing whatever you want is not important. Assist the management in decision making. See, environment audit directly doesn't impact, but indirectly in different ways help the management in taking management decision. This is also very important. Done. 32. 32. Just read it. Pre-audit stage, read it. Huh? I have kept it as a homework question for you. But mark as a question. Huh? 32 questions we have done till now. Mark that is important. Post-audit, we added everything. Tools and techniques. That is important. This can come in exam. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points are there. Then also it can come. Huh? First we have checklist. Do you know checklist? See, while we are going to market, mother gives this, have to bring, then we tick checklist. We should know have checklist. In audit, mother doesn't give grocery list. Checklist, you have to check it whether everything is done or not. Should have questionnaire, questions to be asked. Questioning should be done. Questioning, asking the questions. Then we can observe. Sometimes we can take photographs, and sometimes we can undertake some research and investigation. Okay. First what I can do, checklist, questionnaire, questioning. So questionnaire is a written form, a list of questions. Questioning means asking someone, personal interview you can tell. Checklist, questionnaire, questioning, observing, photo, kichik, and research. What are these tools and techniques? This is also important question. Next, we'll move to next question fast. Energy. Whenever I see, sir, this much area you are skipping. इतना तो आपने देखा ही नहीं था मॉड्यूल में कुछ है, स्किप करना बोल रहे हो. Proprietary audit. इसको क्वेश्चन मार्क के रखो. 526 to assess the adequacy. होमवर्क में रखो, इतना इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है. LDR, question 35. LDR यानी very important. Very important. This can come in your exam. Really, this can come in your exam. Do you know CSR? Corporate social responsibility. See, as a business, see, we ourselves cannot do the business. We are liable to the society, and we have to work for the society. So the Companies Act itself has told some companies, set of companies, you have to at least this much, what we say, this much दान धर्म आपको करना पड़ेगा. ठीक है? Who are its? उनको CSR कमिटी फॉर्म करनी पड़ेगी. What I am not telling, उनको करना पड़ेगा. Class of companies under CSR provision who are covered, whose net worth is greater than 500 crore. Net worth 500 करोड़ के ऊपर है. टर्नओवर 1000 करोड़ के ऊपर है. 1000 करोड़, more than 1000 करोड़. Net profit is above 5 crore. I can say 500,000. Net profit above 5 crore. Remember with me now only. Net profit above 5 crore. Net worth 500 crore. Turnover 1000 crore or more has to form CSR committee. CSR committee will see whether the expenditure is incurred or not on CSR activity. Sir, what? 500,000. What is 5? Net profit. 500. Net worth and 1000 turnover. Okay. Committee. How much we have to donate to CSR? At least this. At least 2%. What? At least 2% of What? 2% of average net profit of 3 immediately preceding years. What I'm trying? How much? At least 2% of what? At least 2%. What to do? 3 immediately preceding. तो क्या करने का? पिछले 3 साल का एवरेज उसका 2% you have to donate in specified activities. What are the specified activities are given? दान धर्म करने का. ये देखो, इरेडिकेट हंगर एंड पॉवर्टी, मेल न्यूट्रिशन, जैसे आप हो अभी, कुछ खाने को नहीं मिल रहा है, मेल न्यूट्रिशन. प्रमोटिंग एजुकेशन, जेंडर इक्वेलिटी, एम्पावरिंग वुमेन, एनवायरमेंट सस्टेनेबिलिटी, प्रोटेक्शन ऑफ नेचुरल हेरिटेज एंड आर्ट एंड कल्चर, बेनिफिट ऑफ आर्म फोर्सेस, ट्रेनिंग, पीएम केयर फंड, एक्सेट्रा एक्सेट्रा एक्सेट्रा. ओके, this is there. Social purpose, this is there, just social cost benefit analysis. Read it. I don't think nothing as a question it can be asked for 7 marks. Very difficult, very difficult. If it comes, then it's very difficult for you also to answer and the person sitting beside you. Elements of corporate image. So where we are, sir, where we are, at what pace you are running? Sir, we are covered 36 questions approximately. I have marked more 3-4 questions. Okay, so it is 36 plus plus. Are you getting it? So what are the major elements? First, core business and financial performance of the company. Sir, what is corporate image? When I tell Tata, you see Ratan Tata. Are you getting it? When you see Tata group of companies, you see Ratan Tata. What are its? What are Ratan Tata signifies? Trust. So elements of a corporate image. So is image important in market? Yes, everything is about image. पर लोगों को क्या है कहना, पर इमेज तो मेंटेन करना पड़ेगा. मेजर एलिमेंट्स, व्हाट आर द मेजर एलिमेंट्स? कोर बिजनेस एंड financial performance. Second, reputation and performance of its brands. See, if the product runs, then only the company grows. Reputation for innovation. See, Nokia was outdated. Outdate क्यों हुआ? क्यों इनोवेट नहीं किया? Policies towards salaried employee and workers. See, employees are the first customers. External relation with customer, stakeholder and community. See, how your corporate image will be done if employees are happy. If stakeholders, creditors, bank loans, shareholders are happy. Trends in the market seen by the public. See, we see something with perception. That perception builds corporate image. Promoter and leadership. See, Adani, Gautam Adani, Mukesh Ambani, Ratan Tata was means expired. But we see them that they define the corporate image of the organization. Next question. Techniques. These are techniques. If it is asked in exam na, Bhagwan madat kar de mujhe. Easy. I will run this question. I will run for this question. Sorry. Techniques available with management for carrying evaluation of corporate image: graphical method, point method, index method, survey method, ratio method, position analysis, method of comparison. Something is there. Sir, why I took 7 points? If something is asked, then we should be able to write it. Okay. First what? Graphical method, point method, index method, survey method, ratio method, position analysis, method of comparison. Do. So, sir, if it is asked, then mark it. भगवान भरोसे. Different type of managerial function. पता है ये क्या है? Planning, organizing, directing, controlling, coordination. पता है? बचपन का सब याद आ गया? Do you remember what was that? Planning, organizing, directing. For planning, we have to see these points. See, this you can write as a general. Though it is a question, I admit 101% this is a common question. But you can write by your own. Because this you have been learning from when you are small. This is important. Management audit and its scope. Important. What is management audit and its scope? First, we have to do study the organization. Then searching for performance shortcoming. What are the performance shortcoming? These are as follows. Means this searching is this. What economic function and social responsibility. There should be a balance between profits and our responsibility. Structure. See, there is an organization structure. There is head of the organization. There are managerial functions. Then there are lower level earning growth and business prosperity. See, every organization looks for the economic growth and it should be looking for it from the business prosperity angle. Service to the shareholder. See, everything is done for the welfare of the shareholders, right? Research and development. Research will be, see, there are many companies, pharma, etc. Pharma companies, they have to invest so much in research. Constitution of Board of Directors. Thank you. Fiscal and financial policies. Operational effectiveness. Okay. So this is okay for exam, but it is, see, your points are 8, so it is important. You can remember 5-6 points nicely, right, guys? Management audit objective. Importance. Everything is there. This is a homework question, very important. सर हाउ मेनी क्वेश्चंस यू हैव गिवन फॉर होमवर्क? इतने क्वेश्चन में से सिर्फ 10 क्वेश्चन होमवर्क को दिए हैं. आई गिवन मैक्सिमम 10 क्वेश्चंस फॉर होमवर्क. हाँ हाँ, mark is very important. I hope you have marked your module now, colorful module, which was not colorful earlier. Audit checks. This will not come. This will not come. Okay. See, audit check for various corporate divisions and departments. Sir, this is again I'm telling. These are something you can write as a general. In finance, what we have to see. In tax, we have to see. In budgeting, what we have to see. In cash management, what we have to see. In pricing and cost saving, purchasing, what we have to see. Marketing, what we have to see. Risk and insurance, what we have to see. These different areas, what we have to see. Example I will give. Organizational structure is there. Who is at what level? Who is getting appointed at which level? Just understand hierarchy. Who is delegation of authority is there or not? Segregation of responsibility is there or not? Everything that you do. Are you getting it? What I'm trying to say? When it is finance to accounting, whether everything is recorded properly or not, whether the one person work is checked by the other or not. Tax, whether tax is paid, tax demand, tax orders, tax calendar is followed or not, pending litigations, everything. Budgeting. You have to budget everything. Then cash management, very important. See, business cannot function without cash. Cash is an most important element. Are you getting it? So, sir, is it important? I will not say it is less important, but read properly. I'm telling you the approach what you have to use. Read properly and go in exam. Evaluation of personnel management. See, it was there in our manpower we did now. You can use that 0.7. And this same thing I told now. This also you have to, annexure is there. Annexure is there. This annexure, don't miss it, read it once. Whole annexure you have to read as a whole, right? Then EHG audit. EHG audit. Points. EHG, the top 5 listed company has to come. The top 500 listed company market cap has instead is able to disclose indication of business responsibility and sustainability to BPR. So it is not applicable to all, only top 500, not even all listed companies, only top 500 EHG compliance. It is regarding, see, it is regarding the, see, business. Now the companies are expanding at a greater rate. What you are doing for the environment, how much harm you are doing, that is EHG and everything. This will come, this will come, this will come. Challenges in implementing EHG. Complex regulatory regime. क्वेश्चन मार्क करो उसको। EHG में प्रॉब्लम्स क्या है? कॉम्प्लेक्स है। क्या कॉम्प्लेक्स है? Regulatory regime. Now the laws are day by day the laws are changing, so it has become very complex. Data, see how much environment is saved, how much trees are planted, how much it is contributing to the environment. Can we collect? No. See, we can calculate the cost. EHG related cost, it is also difficult not to calculate what are the costs involved. Lack of EHG experts. See, we have expert in accounting, we don't have expert in EHG. Merits, reputation. If EHG is done, we are liable to the society. Reputation increases. Risk reduces. Saving in money. There is a huge saving in money. Long term value. In short term, you may find EHG is an expense, but at long term, it creates huge value. Demerits, cost. See, always everything, each audit comes at a cost. There is no standardization, lack of standardization. And another, there is always business, always focus short term. Then this can come up. They can ask challenges. They can ask what is ESG. E means environment responsibility. S means social responsibility, and G means government practice. So they can ask a question, a nice question can be asked, what is ESG? We are liable to the environment, we are liable to the society. And third, governance practices. What are the governance practices we are following? So they can ask what is ESG, tell challenges, advantages, disadvantages. It can come. Reasons. Mark as a question and leave it. Mark as a question and leave it, and you have to do it. MCQ, as I told, MCQ and all exercise questions you have to do. Right? Information system security audit. Done. Just 2 minutes breather. Then we'll jump to this 13.1. Chalo. Let's do it. Last go, last breathe. Okay? Information system and security audit. Right? Question. See, now the business is operating. Let's understand the concept first. A brief concept. How much was possible? Information system and security audit. What I'm telling now, the all the system, all the data is placed in electronic mode, right? Everything is electronic mode. Nothing is what we say paper. Everything is in electronic mode. So now information system audit is also important. This is important step in IT security audit. Step in IT security audit. First, define the objective. What I'm telling, first we have to define the objective, then plan the audit, then perform, then report, then take necessary actions. It is explained down, but this is very important question. Steps. What are the steps? First, we have to define the objective. Why? Second, plan the audit, then perform, then report, then take necessary action. Tell me what are the steps? What are the steps? Tell me first step. Define the objective, then plan, then perform, then report, then take necessary action. You can go through it. Then security audit and risk assessment. Security audit and risk assessment involve process of examination and evaluating of security risk from an organization. Okay. Risk assessment is often performed at start. What they are saying, risk assessment when it is performed at start. And security audit is done when the process whole ends. This is important. It is performed every time when internal and external landscape changes. Where sudden and random attacks, massive remote work in organization will mature. The goal of risk assessment is to determine how best the IT infrastructure. Can I tell in simple language what it wants to tell? See, risk assessment is something we first risk assess what are the possible, what we say, what are the possible risks that can attack us in the start only. What is security audit? On the other hand, existing infrastructure, already existing infrastructure is there. We are testing it whether it is operating or not. This is there, but question from this very difficult. RBI audit, RBI audit, mark as a question, but not that important. But mark as a question because this unit also will give some 3 marks. Cyber security, IT. This read, huh? Don't leave this unit because this will give 5 to 7 marks. Huh? That 13.123. It is very simple. If you do properly, then it will fetch marks. Okay. IT. Okay. Okay. Maintenance of data integrity. Come to the desired feature of data are described. Data kaisa ho? Data kaisa ho? Data mere jaisa ho? Nahi. It should be accurate, confidential, completeness, up to date, reliable, available, timeliness, effectiveness. So what I am telling, it should be always accurate, it should be confidential, completeness should be there, nothing should be missed, up to date, abhi tak ka chahiye. Reliability, it should be reliable, it should be not like a newspaper. Some newspaper change the heading day by day. It should be available when I am required. When I am required, if today I require that it should get today itself. And effectiveness, the data should be effective. This can come in exam. Okay. This can also come. Goals and criteria for computerization. Question can come. Improved task accomplishment. The task gets completed. Improved quality. 2 things improve. Task accomplishment improves. Improved quality also improves. Operational effectiveness. The operational effectiveness also increases. Technical effectiveness also increases. And economic effectiveness also increases. Mug a bit and finish it a bit. General audit software. Advantages of ACL. Audit command language. There is something called as, see, for audit there are many softwares are being used nowadays. So there is called as ACL called as audit command language is one such software. What does it help? It creates flexible reports. However, whatever reports we want, it gives us. Second, audit is independent of technical expert for data. That increases audit coverage. With this software, we can increase our coverage 100%. If software is used, time is saved, money is saved, efforts are saved, gain control. See, once we are we have to give an opinion. Once we get control over the data. What control over the data? Confidence increases on the outcome. General audits software is not useful at application level. What is application level? As of now, you just remember application. It is a different in-depth concept. Okay, this question can come. Five major steps. Remember this. This is important. First is planning, then test of control, test of transaction, test of balance, completion. Remember this. Very, very important question. What are the five major steps? First, plan. Then we have to control are there or not, whether transactions are being properly recorded, whether balances are accurate or not. Fifth, completion. First, remember the head points. Afterwards, read something and go and you will write something. First, as of now, in this marathon with a limited time, we can only do this much only. Yeah. First, planning, then test of control, then test of, sir, what is the question? Five major steps in convenience and effective conduct of an audit. Konsa audit? Konsa audit? Information system audit. This can come in exam. Very, very important. First, planning, test of control करो, test of transaction, test of balances and then completion and audit. इसमें अंदर भी क्या करना है वो भी दिखा है. Controls करते वक्त identification, implementation, existence, adequacy, documentation and maintenance and monitoring. Mark this also as a question. Mark this as a question. Open module. The institute has given you the module. Okay, this can come. Okay. For safeguarding the assets, this question do as a homework. Even this question, data integrity, also do as a homework. Is it important? Yes. Not that important, but you cannot miss it after this session. Done. Done. I think 4 hours 16 minutes. We have completed, not major, but at least I was able to run in this marathon through all the concepts. I was able to run. I know I have run like anything. Run like anything. But it was important to tell you that module we see in a regular batch. In 4 hours, I can at least have done at least 100 questions. Huh? In total, 100 questions. At least you have an idea of what is there in the module itself. At least an idea, brief idea what is there. So what I am telling, go through the module. If you want to pass, the ultimate aim is study material. Anyone might tell, go through the summary notes, go do the tracker, do something. I don't believe it. Institute has given, but there are some repetition, rubbish things. But I told you in money laundering, there is so much part you can skip it. But in management audit, there is no such part that you can skip. If there is a good question, do it now. There are 6-7 points. You have to mug up. If there are 3-4 points, just remember in the point of view of MCQ, if it comes for 7 marks, at least you will be able to write something now. Live or remember. You are doing, now you are approaching the exams. At least sit for 15 hours of study. Then only will pass. Okay? So, what I'm telling, I did my best. Why I could have taken it for 6 hours. Yes. But I have done my best so that you can get best outcome of it. Use this marathon as an aid for your study. Sir, whether you will pass with marathon? No. After this 4 hours, if you give 8 hours and read in detail with my lectures, your whole module will get covered within few hours. We have covered literally 50% of your module. We have run through the module. You have marked most of the possible questions that can be done. Okay. All the best for the exams. I will be posting more content for cost and management award for the exams. Don't worry, I will be there. Okay. Thank you. इथे स्ट्रीम एंड करायचं झालं.